All right. Good evening, everyone. Hello. That's right. I am doing another live stream. I decided to do one. I felt like doing one again tonight. More American Truck Simulator. That's right. Um, so, I live streamed this last Saturday, September 2nd, and I did some of the Oklahoma cruising event. It's like the Texas event last year, except, Texas has a bunch of cities. For the Oklahoma cruising event, you have to do deliveries that are at least 100 miles to or from 10 different cities in Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma. And there is 10 cities in the state of Oklahoma in this game, so you have to do all 10 cities in the state of Oklahoma. So I did 4 deliveries out of 10. So I don't know if I'm going to do the rest of this Oklahoma cruising event. We'll see, maybe. It depends on how long that'll take. Because that stream was almost 5 hours. I don't know if this one will be just as long, but I am starting like an hour later than I did last Saturday. I started a little after 8 p.m. It's already a little after 9 p.m. because I was finishing watching a Canadian football game, CFL. Wow, we got 5 viewers already? That's hard to believe. Hi, kitty cutie. How are you doing tonight? So, I'm going to get right into the game here. Let's see here if there's any news for the past week here. We know that the next state is Kansas, right? Because Kansas is above Oklahoma. Got a Steam friend that achieved a company collector, which is perform deliveries for at least 15 different companies. Wow. And I did unlock this achievement on February 21st, 2022 at 12:10 a.m. and I was live at the time. Yep, it was part of my celebrating 10 years on YouTube. Yeah. So I have a couple of Steam friends that play this game. In the future, I will do another live stream of this game playing online. I actually have done that once, but I had to private that stream because my voice sounded awful. Well, not my actual voice, but the microphone. It wasn't using my actual microphone. It was using the webcam's microphone. I know, right? And it just sounded horrible. And no one told me in the chat that, hey, your microphone sounds bad, you know? So I had to private that stream. But that's alright. That'll be in the future. I'll do that after I'm finished with the Oklahoma cruising event. So, yeah, that ends on October 1st. So that we still have a couple of weeks until that ends. But it's better to do it soon instead of waiting until like the last couple of days to do it. So I sort of did that with the Halloween and the Christmas event. I did it like a week after Halloween and a week after Christmas. I assume they're going to have that again this year, and if they do, I'm going to try and do it before Halloween and before Christmas. So, yeah. Oh yeah, Kitty, this is you. That's your name, right? Almandra Estrada 8. I see you're online on Steam. Anyway, no face cam, and there's a reason why. The last episode of this game, I did not have my face cam because I wanted to play some football podcasts while I was, driving as my radio, right? And here's the weird thing. So I was playing this show. This is one of my favorite shows to listen to, the Paul Feinbaum Show. It's a SEC college football podcast. So I was playing that on demand last Saturday, the last episode. I played that for like 2 hours straight. Then my stream got interrupted. Yeah. They put like a picture that says your stream is interrupted. Then I checked my Gmail, and then I got an email basically saying your stream has been interrupted due to copyright material being used. And that's never happened before, where my stream gets interrupted. That was the first time that's happened. And when I got that, I was really worried because I already have a copyright strike. Yes, I still have a copyright strike from July 17th. So when you get a strike, it takes 90 days for it to expire. So there's about a little over a month until it expires. So about mid-October until it finally goes away. I mean, let me tell you, those are like the longest 90 days because you can't wait for it to go away. It should be 30 days in my opinion, but no, 90 days. That's how strict this policy is. But I've never had my stream interrupted. So when I got that, I checked my Gmail, and then I got an email saying that your stream has been interrupted because you're using copyright material. But here's my problem. I was playing this show, the same show, for 2 hours straight, and then I get the stream interrupted picture. It's not like I was only playing it for 5 minutes. I played it for 2 hours straight. I don't understand that. So you know what? I'm going to do it again because I want to, just to see if it happens again. And if it does happen again, then I'm going to stop playing the show. Now, when my stream got interrupted, I have to stop playing the podcast in order for my stream to resume, in order for that picture to go away. And it's weird. After I ended the stream, when I watched it as an archive, like on demand, they did not show that the stream was interrupted. It was only for the live version. And according to YouTube, there was no copyright claims for that stream. So I don't know what it is. So that's why, I'm going to do it again. And just to see what happens, Now, when your stream gets interrupted, and if you keep playing the copyright material, I believe your stream will get terminated, which means you will get another copyright strike. So, luckily, I have the stream on my phone. And luckily, when my stream got interrupted last week, someone told me in the chat, so that's good. But hey, if it happens again, I'll be ready for it, because that's never happened before. The last episode, that's never happened before where my stream gets interrupted. So, hey, Acer Money, how are you doing? I was gonna message you on Instagram, but you were not. It says you were active 8 hours ago, so I guess you had some stuff going on all day today, I assume. But I did saw your comment that you replied to me on your video. So anyway, that's why there's no face cam, because I'm going to be playing my favorite podcast as my radio. So I know if you're a college football fan, the big game happening right now is the Texas and Alabama game. I don't know who's winning that game. I don't even have that game on my TV. I'm just going to wait and watch the highlights. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch the highlight video I think that'd be better. So, anyway, so I'm gonna play a few of these, and hopefully my stream won't get interrupted again. Anyway, I think that's it. That's really all I gotta say. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do more of the Oklahoma cruising event. The last episode, that's what I did. I did 4 deliveries, 4 out of 10. So I have 6 more to go. I don't know if I'm going to do all 6 tonight. It depends how long that'll take. But if I don't do the rest of it by the end of this stream, there will most likely the next stream, the next episode will be me finishing it. So Acer says, you sent me a video showing wireless HDMIs. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I will... That sounds really interesting. Wireless HDMIs. You know, I have like a very long HDMI from my TV to the capture card, and then to the Wii U. Yeah. I'm glad the HDMI is long so that it can reach, you know. But a wireless HDMI, never heard of that, never seen it before, so I will check that out after the stream. So once I start playing the podcast, I have the chat on my phone, so if you have any questions or anything else to say, you can type it in, and I'll do my best to type my response. Now keep in mind, since I'm playing a driving game, I'm not going to respond right away, you know, because it's like, it's like real life. You can't text while you're driving. But eventually I will do my best to reply to you. Alright, so sometimes you might have to be patient, but I know you guys will be, so thank you for understanding. Alright, I think that's it. So I'm going to mute my mic while I'm listening to my favorite show, and then I'm going to do some more trucking in Oklahoma. Alright, I think that's it. I think this is probably one of the fastest intros I've done for American Truck Simulator, a live stream. I remember like my older streams, my previous streams of this game, I'll talk for a while, then I finally play the game, but I'm going to get into it. It's already 9:25 Central Time for me. This stream might be another 3 hours. We'll see. Anyway, that is it for my announcement. So, more trucking in Oklahoma. Alright, I'm going to play this right now. This is my favorite show, the Paul Feinbaum Show. It's a college football SEC show, and a lot of people call in the show, and some of his callers are funny. They'll just say a bunch of weird stuff. And sometimes this is rare, a caller might say a bad word, and that's where Paul Feinbaum hangs up the caller, because this is a family show, you know. So, Acer says, you know something, if we already have wireless HDMIs, then why are we still using a wired one? Yeah, that's true. It's like, other wireless things, you know? A lot of people are using wireless earbuds, wireless keyboards, wireless mouses. I just bought some, like 2 weeks ago, I finally got some wireless earbuds because my wired earbuds are starting to worn out. I had those for years, so it was time for me to get some new ones. I decided to get some wireless earbuds at Best Buy, so yeah, Best Buy has like everything you can think of electronically. So, alright guys, more trucking starts right now.
passion and pageantry of college football lives here. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show, Hour 4 podcast.
This might be college football heaven.
Welcome. Final hour is live, and it has been a busy one. Hugh Freeze joining us at the top of the show. A couple of outstanding young players. We had Topmeyer. Plenty of time for you to get in. We're here for another hour on Labor Day afternoon. Legend is next.
Woo! My black hat brother, baby. Woo! Week one in the book. Gotta love it. How'd you enjoy it, Paul? How was your week?
By the way, I was thinking about you Saturday morning. How did your debut of the show go?
It went great, Paul. The starting lineup on ABC 3340 at 10:30 a.m. and Tony Curry, Kip Kiefer. It went great. I went off for 5 minutes, and, man, it went great. It was awesome. Going to be back on this Saturday. And the great thing is, Paul, with the Charter and Spectrum Wars, we had 1,000 times more viewers than we normally would.
I bet you did.
Stay at war. Let me tell folks something. Get you a hot stick and get you some internet and get rid of all them cable companies that keep fleecing fans for thousands and thousands of dollars. I spend $50 on Sling a month, and I get about 6,000 ESPN games every weekend, man. Use your brain. Get rid of them cable companies. Paul, I'd like to give you my 5 quick takes from week one, if I could.
Please.
Legendary take number 5. Prime time, drop the dime, baby. I love it. I love it. Dion, baby. Man, I'm so proud of you, what you done. You came in and showed the college football world the new age college football, and it's called free agency. It is called I can build a team in 1 year. You showed them, baby. I love it. But the 2 things I really love, prime time, is you didn't do it in Auburn this weekend. Woo! I'm just glad you ain't in Auburn. And the number 2 thing, Dion, I'm so proud of, TCU, that return trip just went off the cliff. No more TCU, Paul. We ain't got to hear that name all year. We ain't got to hear that name no more. I'm so proud. Take number 4, legendary take number 4, Jalen Melrose. Me and 90% of the Alabama fan base owe you an apology, man. I never thought. Of course, I didn't think Jalen Hurts would do it either, but he turned around and did it. Said he couldn't do, but now he's an NFL quarterback. You look good, dude. Ain't no doubt you're the number 1 quarterback. Even if you make mistakes against Texas, it ain't going to matter. You showed that you're number 1, but, man, it's so impressive when you got 3 guys in front of you, 360 pounds, man. They said Alabama's offensive line is the biggest offensive line in football, and that includes the NFL, baby. Them are some beasts up there, and y'all know where the game's really won, in the trenches, baby. Woo! Love what I said. Love you, Melrose. Take number 3, Paul. Hey, Paul. How's South Carolina going to do this year? Oh, Cat Daddy, come on here. You done had 1,000 soap on a rope jokes in the past year, you chump. Thing is, you probably ain't seen a bar of soap in a year. South Carolina, we back. We got to do something. We got a rattlesnake. You got a pet steak. By the way, put some mustard and ketchup on that hot dogs because y'all about 8 hot dogs short of a team, baby. Number 2, legendary take, Ohio State. Woo! Everybody talking about this team don't have a quarterback. That team don't have a quarterback. I tell you who don't have a quarterback, Jeff from Ohio. Come on here last week, talking about that cap legend ain't kept a job. You don't know nothing about me, chump. I'll slap you all the way in Ohio and make you apologize for even suggesting that Ohio State's in the same category as an elite team right now in college football. You got all them receivers that don't get drafted number 1, and you got nobody to throw to them. Woo! I love it, baby. And legendary take number 1, Brian Kelly.
How did we know that?
Woo! The new super coach, the new Gus Malzahn, the new super coach. Everybody talking in the all season, LSU this and LSU that, the new beast of the West, the new monster of the West. Let me tell you, man, I've been trying to tell y'all for months. It's not that this man's not a good coach. He's not a great coach. How funny was it last night with him standing on the sideline looking like a mule that kicked him in his face talking to his receiver? What happened? Why did you catch the ball? What happened? And I want to tell you something that's really sad. They're trying to make Jaden Daniels into a pocket quarterback. Man, Jaden Daniels looked good last night to me. He showed me something. That man ain't no pocket quarterback. The game's outside of the pocket. That's stupid. But what was even dumber is that you took Harold Perkins Jr. off of the edge and put him at linebacker in coverage, and I didn't see the man the whole game. That's what I'm talking about, LSU fans. This man is a good coach. He's not an elite coach. He's never going to raise a championship at LSU. And deep down, LSU fans, you know if you don't raise a trophy, you ain't lived up to who the hell you are. Brian Kelly ain't the man. I told you, I'm going to keep telling you till he's ran off in 5 years and he's coaching at Central Florida. Those were the legendary 5 hot takes of the week, baby. Woo! Still in Melrose, Alabama, Texas. I seen that weak offensive line against Rice, Dallas Turner, Otis, Tim Smith, Will Spraswell. We fixing to eat. We finna eat a Longhorn. We're going to beat that ass. We're going to beat that ass.
What a call.
Elvis has left the building.
My, oh my. Legend, thank you. Woo. Logan is next.
Wow, Paul, how do I follow up that? That was pretty amazing. That was great. But I wanted to get in on
cigarette after that call.
Yeah. He got me amped up, man. But I wanted to get in on this LSU funeral service that's going on today. Paul, the fan from that works on the oil rig, has he called you yet today?
No, he hasn't called, but that's the safest bet in the world. We knew he would not be calling today.
Yeah, he's got a lot of credit to eat. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that quarterback, they don't change quarterbacks before this year's out.
They have a pretty good backup down there.
Yeah, I hear the backup's really good. So, and I wasn't impressed at all by the starter last night. But what I really wanted to call to talk about was about the Tide. I have to really go back and eat some crow because I had never thought Milroe would do what he did. He actually impressed me. He had a couple issues. We took some sacks. That really wasn't his fault. They were coverage sacks. But he made some great passes, Paul, and I just didn't know that he was capable of doing that. I mean, he had a couple long passes, hit those receivers right on target, and they look good. So I feel I'm still a little nervous about Texas. I mean, they almost got us last year, and I think they're going to be a lot more improved this year. But I don't know. I've got reason to believe that we can actually have a pretty good season now.
Milroe was phenomenal. He was. Now,
hell no, I don't.
Kevin is up next.
Hey, Paul, long-time listener, first-time caller. I just want to say, I got Logan and Legend following me. I don't know, man. They didn't believe it before, but I'm going to tell you right now. I was there at A-Day, and I was saying it all summer. Jalen Milroe is a Heisman candidate right now for the Alabama Crimson Tide, man. There ain't nobody in that room built like that man. He's an athlete. The deep ball's there. Woo! The Tide is going to roll this week because Texas ain't got nothing on my board. Woo!
It is Labor Day, and drinks are on me. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
Welcome back as we roll on. And what an afternoon this has been on Labor Day. Dustin in Tulsa is up next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Paul. I tell you, after listening to that last segment, I think Legend might just be the SEC Network's answer to Stephen A. Smith. I mean, he is insufferable. But that's not why I called. I called to talk about a few things. First of all, Paul, would you please help me wishing a very special happy birthday to a special young man, Shepard. He turned 7 on Saturday. He's a great young man, and Shepard likes turtles, Paul. Can we get him a happy birthday on the air, please?
Happy birthday, Shepard. We hope you have a great day.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Hey, a few things I think we all need to pump the brakes on. Colorado is going to win it all. That talk needs to stop. LSU is dead in the water. That talk needs to stop. A&M is going to run the table. That sort of talk needs to stop. I think we're way overreacting there. Some things I am sold on, though. Definitely sold on the idea that the new rule change with the clock not stopping is horrible. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Chip Kelly, but it's terrible. I absolutely hated it. Also, and you knew I was going to come like this, absolutely love Sam Pittman and what he's done up there at Arkansas. KJ Jefferson, he's not from here, Paul. He was made in the lab. But don't tell anybody. I mean, watching that linebacker get a full head of steam and just bounce right off him, and then watching him complete a pass. He's not getting a lot of respect. I noticed you mentioned that earlier in the show. I appreciate that. He's not getting a lot of talk and not getting a lot of respect like some of these guys are going nuts over Jalen Milroe. You guys need to start talking about KJ Jefferson. You need to start talking about what a talent he is and what he brings to this team, because I think he gives Arkansas a chance to win every single week. I think that's going to be true in some tough weeks, like when we have to go down to Baton Rouge and when we have to go to Tuscaloosa. So I'm really looking forward to the season, Paul. Thank you for taking my call, and I hope you guys have a great week.
AJ is up next.
What's going on, my first week black hat brother? I'm telling you, Paul. Hey, I was sitting at a red light today, and a SUV came by and turned in front of me, and it had a sticker on the side of it, Paul, and it said organ and tissue transport. And I'm like, what the HE double toothpicks is that? And then I realized I was like, they shouldn't be in the state of Alabama. They need to be over there in Baton Rouge delivering Brian Kelly's head that got pulled out of his ass back to him. They stopped by Publix and got ice to make sure it was good and cold when they got down to Baton Rouge. Now, Dwayne, you're nowhere to be found, Dwayne. What happened? The fame but Dwayne. They ain't nowhere to be found. But I'm going to tell you something. That was the LSU. Wee! They stink, Paul. In the South, there's a difference in stinking and stinking. You gotta really stink to stink, Paul. But I'm just gonna tell you this.
I guess I missed that class in grammar school.
Well, you gotta go to the higher upper echelon of education, Paul. Your mama put you in a public school.
Yeah.
You didn't get put in a private school, Paul.
No, sir.
The only way to make you a millionaire like you are is to put you in a public school so everybody can see exactly what you're going to turn out to be, which is a good thing, Paul, because we love you. And I'm so proud of you today for working. I ain't going to lie, Paul. That made my weekend that your voice was on there when I tuned in today. Because, Paul, we love you. No kidding. No kidding aside. No playing beers and all that. We love Paul Feinbaum. We want to hear Paul Feinbaum. And for you to dedicate yourself to come out there on a day you could have took off, you showed up like a big dog. You showed up like Deion Sanders. You coming, Paul. You coming. But I'll tell you this, Paul. The biggest, I guess the saddest part of the weekend was the Shane Beamer Hot Dog Festival, and then you got and then LSU, they stink, Paul. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Brian Kelly's overrated. He had to ride on 3 phone books in his seat just to be able to stay over the steering wheel to come to the stadium. He's a nobody. He's never gonna be anybody, and he came down to the SEC. So he came down there to prove the point that he'll never be nothing. He's like a lot of your callers, Paul. He sucks. He's always going to suck. But I can tell you who don't suck. The Auburn Tigers come out, baby. They come out. Yeah. I'm just going to be real with you, Paul. The defense let me down. We can't do that when we come to Texas A&M. Can't do that. Damn sure can't do it with Georgia. But I can tell you this. We got to come together. We got to come together and all that kind of stuff. And I will give you in Legend, I'm going to tell you something. That was one of the best calls I ever heard on the show. Period. And I ain't trying to kiss no rear end. I'm not trying to do nothing. Legend made a legendary call today. But I'll tell you this. Jalen Milrose was my spotlight of the week. You had Colorado lived up to what Dion. He's a winner. He's a winner. And Jalen Milrose, I don't see what's so bad wrong with him down there. Why did you dog him out so bad, Paul? You was on him, Paul. You was on him.
Well,
I mean, you was LSU number 2.
Primarily, we made a point that Nick Saban wasn't all that high on him either. He went into the transfer portal after spring practice and brought in Buckner. What does that say?
Well, it says, hey, I'm going into the casino, and I need to make. Have you not ever bet on one team and you bet on another to make sure you hit loads of money on the other team?
AJ, unfortunately, I've never bet on a football game, so I'm in the minority there.
Well, I mean,
you know what I'm going to do though? I'm just going to leave here and become a professional gambler because I know so much.
Well, I will tell you this. You looked good on set the other day. When you're standing by the Chancellor, with Tennessee Chancellor, you're standing by there. I've never seen such a feminine, sweating man over there standing behind a mat. I thought I was like, what has Paul done? I mean, did he quit working out?
I really like that Chancellor. I'm sweet on Chancellor Plowman.
Oh, you were? Yeah, I know. Well, you know where the bread's buttered. You didn't make $5 million a year for nothing.
She is the vice president of the SEC.
Well, I'll tell you this. This has been a great show, a great start to the week, a great opening week for the football season. Auburn's got some issues, and if y'all think I'm bad now, Paul, wait till we win a real game, baby, because war down Eagle.
So happy you're happy, AJ. Can we just bring in the buffet right now, Randy? I don't think we can legitimately get to the end of the show straight. John is in the ATL. Hello, John.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
We are doing great. Thank you.
Well, you know, I'm just really excited about today because I'm just really happy to be a Bulldog. And I told you that I used to watch you back when I was selling Hello Kitty at Birmingham, and I used to have some crazy guys. And the really good thing about Athens right now is Will Muschamp, Mike Bobo, and you add them to Kirby Smart, and they have the best damn coaches in college football, period. And I know them, and I know them well. So anyway, I'm just really glad. Now, Jim from Tuscaloosa is a jerk. I think he drinks a lot. So that's just all I'm going to say about that. But, hey, you may be a Tuscaloosa Bammer, but your mama's a dog. And then Larry from, what's his name? Larry from, I-Man. I love him. I want to buy him a beer. I'm going to be my best friend from working out at Georgia. He went to Georgia Tech. His father died. He was a Marine. They're both Marines. And then Tammy, I know she died in a car accident, and I always thought she had so much damn passion. So anyway, I'm just really enjoying college football. And damn, go Dogs!
There are a lot of dogs out tonight that need to be put on a leash. Let's continue. How about Randy in Georgia? Hello, Randy.
Hey, Bob. Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
We're doing great, Randy.
I just wanted to comment on Carson Beck. I thought Carson Beck looked great considering Georgia didn't have much of a running game this week. I do think that Alabama fans need to calm down a little bit. I think that's only 1 week. I feel like Georgia will did it. We'll get it together, and we'll, we got to get up your back and running back and stuff. But I feel pretty good. I thought Carson Beck looked. Great.
Randy, thank you. I think it was a big day for Carson Beck. Why don't we take a break? We still have a few minutes remaining on this Monday afternoon. It's getting late on Labor Day. We're back with much more.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
The SEC Nation, where else? Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We'll start it off Friday afternoon with our little old show right here. And co-hosting the show with me will be Larry from Shelby. Good afternoon, Larry.
Exactly right, Jack. I'm sorry about earlier, man. My mind was so loaded up with stuff. I need to be one of them Memphis dudes, man. I'm loaded.
Did you hear the conversation the other day, Randy? I asked Larry if he had ever been invited to, if he knew what Mensa was.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready. I mean, listen
now, Larry,
to me talk, boy.
Are you up on Mensa now? What it means?
Yeah, man, that's me. I mean, Mensa Larry. Hey, I'm ready, brother. I mean, listen. Just let them people listen to me talk. Earlier, man, I was bringing it, brother. I had so much in my mind.
Now Larry, you understand that to be in Mensa, what is that? The 1/10 of 1%, the upper echelon IQ in the country, world.
Yeah, Jack, that's me. Wow. How about that, Paul? You got a good sense of what's happening, with the college.
Okay, Larry, let me
ball.
do this for a second. Let me ask you a couple of questions from Mensa, okay?
I don't know. You Mensa qualified.
No, I'm going to give you your ticket into Mensa. You ready?
Yeah.
Number one, first question. Who's the best team in college football?
Alabama. Damn, boy.
Number two, who's the best coach in college football?
Come on, man. Damon, baby, the king. King Jack, Damon.
So far, Larry, you're 0 for 2.
What do you mean 0 for 2? What you talking about, Jack?
The answers are...
You're trying to sabotage my
according to Randy, the answers are Georgia and Kirby Smart.
No, we're talking about in mental form. We're talking about real intelligent people will not pick Georgia or Kirby Smart. Us mental people.
Did you hear Brian
Jack?
Kelly last night say that we walked out there on the field like we were the University of Georgia? I remember, Larry, when people used to say the same thing about Alabama. Remember that? Everybody used to say, we want Bama. Everywhere you went, we want Bama. High school teams, college teams. Now it's, we want Georgia.
Hey, let me tell you something. Bama, you say you're not qualified, Bam. You're going way off base. Us mental people need to know what's happening in football, Jack. And you just ain't there, Paul.
Okay, Larry, one last thing. Final question to get in Mensa, okay?
Yeah.
Spell it for me. Spell Mensa for me.
MENTA. Mensa.
Larry, it's MENSA. Mensa.
That's what I said, wasn't it?
That's not what you said, Larry. Thanks so much. This guy could. The next caller may be a member of Mensa. William in Maryville.
Well, I don't know, Paul. Maybe we could go together and take Larry and we could cheat off his paper. How are you, Paul?
We're doing great, thank you.
Three quick things. Number one, and I was having TV problems over the weekend with ABC here, and didn't see the game last night. But I thought I heard Herbstreit make the comment that LSU wouldn't lose like they did last night in Death Valley. Was Herbstreit forgetting about what Tennessee did to LSU last year, 27 points?
I got the game and really didn't hear that because maybe I just blocked it out.
Well, I heard it from somewhere or read it, but be that as it may, what do you think about Joe Milton's stiff arm of the Virginia linebacker? It looked like Herschel Walker hitting Bill Bates, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I thought Joe Milton was fabulous Saturday.
Well, me too. The other thing, I want to turn to a little more important thing. Why do you think Coach Saban is on his tirade with the press? And the only thing I can relate to is as a young lawyer there in Charlotte, judges routinely handed you your head in court. I had mine handed to me numerous times. But the really good judges, Frank Snepp, who the courtroom's named after, would pull you aside and guide you. They teach you. They try to tell you what to do better or different.
William, I have some theories on that, and if I ever do what I've been asked to do at times, do a comprehensive biography of Nick Saban, I will answer it there and not a moment before.
Well, my only comment, and all the speculation about age, is that he's cranky, and if he's cranky at young reporters, I hope he's taking them to the side and saying, look, ask me a little different question,
Larry,
and helping them versus embarrassing them.
I can tell you he's not doing that. But I think I am no longer, that's a subject I've had many comments about, and I'm going to allow others to join in, and apparently others have joined in on that subject.
Well, I think when you're in a position of power, you owe it to the people who are trying to make a living that are, much lower on the pecking order. You owe it to try to help them be better as opposed to embarrassing them. And that, to me, is a sign of a curmudgeon, and a curmudgeon is an old guy that's become a bully.
William, I appreciate you making my trip to Tuscaloosa even more awkward this weekend.
All right, Paul. Take care, man.
Thank you. I don't know. I'm somewhat over that by now, aren't you? How many times have we talked about Nick Saban is being called a curmudgeon by William from Maryville? You see Saban later in life, as he gets older, being the get off your lawn guy. I don't know if that's really Nick Saban or not. Todd is in Oklahoma. Hello, Todd.
Hey, Paul. How you doing? First time caller here.
Thank you very much.
I was wanting to call and ask you some questions. I'm a big Notre Dame Irish fan. Well, obviously, do you think they can make the playoff this year? But not only that, do you think they finally can win a game to get back to the national title game, first time since 1988?
I do not believe they can make the playoffs. I think they are very good, but I don't see them beating Southern Cal. I don't see them beating Clemson, and I think that's really where it gets difficult for them. I think they'll have a really good year. Sam Hartman's phenomenal, but I think 10 wins is doable, but I don't think anything beyond that is possible. Thank you for the call. I do appreciate it. And Kendall is in Georgia. Hey, Kendall.
Hey, Paul. Me and my family are diehard Georgia Bulldog fans. I would like to know if you think Carson Beck will take us to another national championship.
Kendall, in fact, I do think that. I know it's fashionable to pick someone else, but I've been with Georgia the whole way, and I'll stay with Georgia.
I'll hang up and listen, but go Dogs.
Thank you very much. A lot of woofing going on there. JD is up next in Florida. Hello, JD.
Hi, Paul. I'm over the COVID, but been sequestered in my room for over a week, but my wife and daughter won't let me out now.
I know the
feeling. I was wondering what Mike Griffith is going to say about Florida and their Nick Saban starter kit. I think we bought it from Amazon, and it was not a highly rated seller. There's some missing pieces.
Well, JD,
and it could be
if you buy anything at Amazon, you buy 100% certified. But if you go beyond that, you can get something for a discount, even more discounted, and you don't know where it's coming from. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, and we usually pay the price.
I think ultimately that's what's going on with your coach.
Yeah, I see about a 4 and 8 year this year, and Whether he can keep a recruiting class together, I don't know.
Well, that's the one thing that I'm glad you mentioned that, because every time I talk to a Florida fan, they try to sell me we're number 3 in recruiting. Recruiting matters, recruiting rankings matter, but they don't matter very much right now. I remember, who was it? LSU a couple of years ago. They were like 2 or 3 in recruiting, and then Coach O's season collapsed. And a lot of players go with that. Nobody's signed yet, remember that. All these commitments are great, but they can change. And what you don't want as a head coach is an implosion. Thanks for the call. We head to the break. We're back. Final segment straight ahead.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast. The pride, passion, and pageantry of college football lives here. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show, Hour 4 podcast.
This might be college football heaven.
Final hour is live, and we appreciate you being here. Don't forget, Friday, live in Tuscaloosa. Handsome Joe is up next.
Roll Tide, roll, Paul Feinbaum. And hey, I'll tell you what, there's one more thing I got to add with Squirrel right there. There's something else Texas ain't going to see when they come to Tuscaloosa. They ain't going to see their team win. And plus, their women's prettier, Paul. But anyway, I want to talk about this game last night. Now, Jimbo Fisher, totally different game. Dabo Swinney, Paul, Dabo. I mean, it's like they was an invisible wall on that goal line. I mean, it just wasn't for Clemson to win that game. They run all up and down that field, and when they got down there to where they could score, it was just like they was an invisible wall there. I mean, they won everywhere in that game except the scoreboard. I mean, they really run all over Duke. Duke is not that good, Paul. They kind of got lucky last night. It just wasn't Clemson's night. I mean, that's all it was, Paul. But I want to say another thing, Paul. I always love when you got Matt Stinchcomb on, because, man, I think he's one of the best guests you have on the show. But in the Alabama game, I wasn't looking so much at quarterback because I wasn't really expecting a lot from our quarterbacks, not in this game. But there's three things I was looking for. And number one was penalties. You know, we came out there with only 2 penalties, and turnovers was another thing. And the third thing is drop passes. I mean, even Saban said during all season our receivers are still dropping passes. And that didn't happen Saturday. So, you know, that's an improvement right there altogether. Now, Paul, I just got done eating my hot dog, and don't nobody tell Shea Beamer this, or he's going to blame the next butt kicking on me. And that's all I've got. That's all I got to say, Paul. Hey, I don't know if I'm going to be there this weekend or not, but if I do, I'll come by and holler at you. But I won't know for a couple of days if I'll make it to Tuscaloosa or not. At least Thursday.
We will be. It won't be the only time we're in Tuscaloosa this year. You can count on that.
Well, I appreciate you, Paul. Anyway, you have a good brother and roll tide.
Thank you very, very much. Let's continue. And you go from Handsome Joe to a guy named Hambone. Hello, Hambone.
Hey, Paul. How you doing, brother?
We are doing great.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I've been here with a 2-year-old grandchild today, trying to raise some lab puppies, and I still think your job's worse than what I had to do.
I don't know about that.
I really do. I'm going to tell you something. I don't say how you put up with all the crying and whining and everything, but here's my question to you. I want to know if you thought, you know what? First of all, I want to say I respect you because you do give Georgia a lot of credit, and you can probably hear my grandchild in the background screaming. But I do like your show. I love your show, and I think that Larry is. Anyways, I'm sorry about that. But anyways, that's what it sounds like. But I miss Tammy. I watched your show for a long time, and I want to know if I can send a picture of my nephew to your show because I've never seen anybody. You know, they say everybody's got a twin in the world, and I got a nephew that looks just like Legend.
Well, he must be one good-looking young kid.
Show Legend that he's got a twin out there. Would that be all right with you?
I will. I'll tell you what. I'll put you on hold here, Hambo, and then you send us a picture. We will share it with Legend. Thank you very much. Rick is in Texas. Hello, Rick.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
We are well. Thank you.
Hey, I was just calling because you were saying Georgia, their schedule's really tough, and I look at it and I think it's the easiest in the SEC this year. By the way, I'm in Texas, grew up in Mississippi, been a Tide fan since I was 5th grade, so just a little background on myself. But I don't even see Georgia playing anybody in the top 20 till they hit Ole Miss to maybe November.
Well, I think you're right about that. But Georgia, had it played its originally scheduled game against Oklahoma, would have had an okay schedule. That would have been considered a formidable road game. But in relation to the SEC schedule, that is preordained, and you know they're going to always get the same schools that that come from the East. They'll get Auburn, and then it's a rotation. So this year they're getting Ole Miss, which I don't think is an easy crossover.
Well, Ole Miss is a good team. I mean, I'm from Mississippi. Like I said, I've always been a Tide fan, but I mean, Alabama's playing A&M.
Well,
I mean, they've got Tennessee.
Alabama's non-conference schedule. But you have to remember something, though. Everyone plays their division, and then they play their permanent game, which in Georgia's case is Auburn, and then they cross over. So there's no. I mean, Alabama, their games are always Tennessee, and then the crossover game this year is Kentucky.
Yeah. Hey, just to get your input, or what do you think? Your prediction? We got Texas and Alabama. What's your?
Well, I would say tonight I'm leaning toward Alabama. I'd have to be talked into picking Texas.
Yeah, me too.
and I don't know if I can be, but I made some. I say this not an excuse. I've always tried to wait till the last second because, especially when we're going to be on the campus, you never know what you'll hear the night before the game. Yeah, I guess there's only one thing I would hear the night before the game that might convince me not to go with Alabama, and that's maybe Nick Saban decided not to go to the game. You know what I've been looking for since about 11:30 last night. I've been waiting to talk to someone who is harassed on a daily basis by Clemson fans. And to see if that man who spent the day at a liquor store is feeling good. Cat Daddy is next.
Big Ball, hi Randy, how y'all doing? You looking good and sounding good. I just want to say to
good.
what you said about Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers, it's over. Forget it. Bye-bye. Clemson is back to
back
being
in high school?
Clemson.
No.
No, you was right about that. I guess who did not come into the liquor store today?
Clemson Tom.
That's right. They got their heads tucked between their tails. When you get beat by South Carolina, Tennessee, and then all of a sudden here comes Duke. My Lord have mercy. I don't know what that Riley guy they got to call the new plays.
He's great. He thought those players had to fumble the ball on the goal line.
Oh, I'm going to tell you something. I think Clemson's demise is over, and it's Dabo. You had a good run, son, but it's time to find you a place down there in Florida next to Steve Spurrier.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mr. Feinbaum, enjoy the show. And I know it's going to be a great college football
do me this.
season.
If Clemson Tom comes in tomorrow, give him a drink and charge it to Randy and I.
I'll charge it to myself, but he'll come in because he likes that
Give him the cheapest alcohol you have in the store.
That would be a Japanese product called Taki, Taki. That's $12 for a half a gallon. I'll give it to him for the
Put it on my tab.
All right, Mr. Feinbaum. Y'all have a great evening.
Clemson Tom going in there to get his turpentine. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
And we welcome all of you back. Let's continue. And Expired is up next in Texas. Hello, Expired.
Hey, Paul. How's it going?
Very well.
Hey, Paul. All right. Hey, just wanted to chime in and say that Handsome Joe and Squirrel had great calls. I think they were trying to be funny about Austin, but everything they said was the truth. So, one time this year, I'm going to say it, roll Tide. Beat the hell out of them Longhorns. Okay? Yeah, I'm just being honest. Beat them down. Because when you come to College Station, it ain't going to be that easy. But beat them down. But as we go on, I've been saying these two words to you, Paul, since probably spring practice. Connor Wegman. Yes, Connor Wegman. He had an unbelievable first night. Yes, they're playing New Mexico, and I don't want to hear it from everybody. Oh, they're playing only New Mexico. 90% of everybody this weekend besides LSU played cupcakes. But, he did those 6 touchdown passes, and those receivers are flat out unbelievable. And looking at the team, they played as a team. Defensive line was physical. Linebackers were actually filling their gaps in their fits. And the secondary looks to be pretty strong. Offense is going to be really good if the offensive line holds up. Some questions there. Paul, I want you to know that I'm being a realist right now. I'm not that crazy Aggie fan that you're used to. The Aggies are a lot better. I don't know how much better. Talent-wise, I would say besides Georgia, I don't think anybody's more talented in the SEC overall. But, we could go to Miami this week, and that's not an easy game. It's not going to be an easy game and get beat. and still have a really good football team and give people some problems in the SEC. But, I'm confident. I'm cautiously optimistic. I do know that we have a great quarterback, or a kid that's going to be a great quarterback. Let me put it like that. I think he's started 5 games. He's had 13 touchdown passes, 0 interceptions. But I'm being realistic. Not sure how good we are yet. I just know we're going to be a lot better, and we do know who calls the plays. What do you think, Paul?
I think you're right. Well said, Expired. You take care of yourself, and Ed is up next in Alabama.
Hey, Paul. You spent a good bit of time in Birmingham, Alabama, and you seem to have forgotten one of the customs in the South. It's called eating crow. I want to sell you some stock in the business. I've leased 2 of these big, long metal buildings down south that they raise a lot of chickens in, and I'm raising crow. And I don't know where 2 buildings are going to handle it or not, the man. But Roman Harper even has said Alabama will win 9 ball games. Chris Doran, they might win 9 ball games. Paul Feinbaum, the Alabama dynasty is over with. It's all Georgia. So in case you want to buy some stock in my business.
Hey, Ed, help me with something. Did I miss the national championship game last night? I mean, we're only through the first week of the season, and just not that I really care about predictions, but I did make one a couple of weeks ago on some minor channel called ESPN, where I picked Alabama to make the playoffs. So I'm really not sure I'm computing
I'm sorry,
my
I must have
predictions
missed that, 'cause I heard you all.
With your
I heard
farm
you all
aid here.
I heard you all summer down in Alabama, and the dynasty's over with. It's now Georgia
Ed,
and all.
I did,
You changed your mind again?
Take a break for a second.
no.
I did say that because
I got you.
can't have a dynasty when another school is about to win, is on the verge of winning 3 national championships.
Well, you're saying 2 things now. See, anyway, I'm and poor Chris Doran, he gets it all over his face every year.
Well, Ed,
I
don't much care what Chris Doran predicts. I mean, this is not his show. We are talking about what I said, and I just hated to correct you because should we order the crow anyway just to make Ed feel better? And Ed, the next time you call, Harry is next.
Paul, how are you today?
Doing great.
Story for you. 1941, when we declared war, we had thousands and thousands of college students, men and women, who left school, and an awful lot of them never returned. And in 1941, when the Georgia football players started to leave, Wally Butts gave each one of the football players a letter, G, black G, with in white embroidered on the bottom of that G, was the year they would have graduated. And I'll fast forward in this story till just a few years back, and walked into my chiropractor's office, and I had on a windbreaker that the high school coaches where I had gone had given me for help, some volunteer coaching had done. And the chiropractor said, did you go to that school? I said, yeah, I graduated in 1965. And he said, well, you played on the state championship team. And I said, yeah, sure did. And he said, well, you played with, and he named one of the players. I said, I sure did. And he said, well, he went on to the University of Georgia and was a great player and was part of the athletic department. And I said, yep, you're right. He sure was. And he said, he said, my grandfather was a freshman. And he told me the story about that letter. He said, a freshman in 1941. And he said that was his most prized possession. He said several years ago, his house burned down. And he said he lost that G and said that was the most important thing. He said he never got over losing that G. And he said, just out of a lark, he said, I decided to call. He said, I called only after to speak with somebody in the athletic department, and they put your friend on the phone. And I told him the story, and he said, I was wondering if I could get that letter replaced. He said, oh, no, we can't do that. He said, that would be impossible to do. He said, wish I could, but we can't. But he said, if you'll give me your telephone number and your address, he said, I'll look up and see if I can find some information on your granddad. And so he said, I did. And he said, a few hours later, the phone rang. And he said, your grandfather was a two-way starter on that freshman team in 1941. He was a starting nose guard, starting fullback. And he said, that's what he had told me. He said, well, that's the truth. He said, I wish I could help you, but I can't. So he said, I hung up the phone. He said, didn't think a whole lot about it. He said, a few days later, I got a package in the mail, and in that package was a black G with 1945 in white embroidered on the bottom of it. He said, I couldn't wait to give that to my granddad. So he said, put it in a small shadow box. Took it to him, and I said, the chiropractor had tears in his eyes, and I had tears in my eyes when he was telling the story. And I said, I bet your granddad cried. He said he cried like a baby. And I said, oh, that's great. That's a great story. So I was leaving his office and had made it almost to the parking lot, and I heard him call my name. I turned around, went back, and he said, let me show you something. He had that shadow box with that black letter G from 1945 in white on it. And he cried, I cried. But I just want to tell the listeners, if you see one of these old fellows out anymore with that WW2 hat on, there's not a lot of them left anymore, give them a hug. Tell them how proud you are of them, because that was the greatest generation. And I'll bet you even legend will like that Georgia story.
Well, Harry, first of all, thank you for sharing that. That touched me. I couldn't help. I mean, everybody has a personal aside, but my dad was in that war, like so many other parents and grandparents.
Yeah, mine too.
I can't tell you how touching that was and how great it was that happened.
Well, you think I should mention his name?
By all means.
The athletic person was Charlie Whittemore. He was a wide receiver at University of Georgia. He set all the receiving marks there until this guy named Lindsey Scott came along.
Wow, that is
when
spectacular.
When you're in Athens, give Charlie a hug for me.
I will. I will be there a couple of weeks. Harry, thanks so much. That was fantastic.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's amazing. And he is right about that, because you see it every year at Normandy on June 6th. I mean, there's just so few people left. I have a really good friend who went over there this year for that, and he told me it was one of the most moving moments of his life to see the commemoration of the invasion. And I think we've seen it too often in films, but when you think about what was at stake and what went into that, I've read so many books about the planning of it and the misdirection and how a thunderstorm nearly changed the whole thing. It's just remarkable to think about. We're celebrating the beginning of the season, and everybody's having a blast, and you wonder where the world would be if that had gone differently. Thank you so much. We'll take a short break. We're back right after this.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
It's remaining on a Tuesday afternoon. AJ is up next.
Brother Paul. Hey, Paul, I'm going to take you a ride around Talladega Racetrack one time. You just strap on that seatbelt real quick.
AJ.
Because
I've already done it.
All right, good deal. At least you followed the law.
I went 185 around there many years ago.
We're going to hit Bill Elliott's 209 here in just a minute.
I don't think you better have restrictors on.
We do. We got call screeners. Hey, we're going into, strap on your belt now, because we're fixing to head into turn one here at Talladega Racetrack. We got Brother David over there. Brother David, praying for the Devils, baby. Praying for the Devils. We got preacher praying for the Devils. He's doing his job. I wish I knew where he was when Jim was calling in. He could have reached through the phone and laid hands on him and said, come on, devil out of you, Jim. But I'm going to tell you, as I'm coming up into turn two, Paul, the biggest loser in the land is Tom Loserbill. I mean, come on. How many times can you miss Tom Luganbill? You're the only man that I know, Tom Luganbill, that I can call. If you ran a bookmaking service, if I called you, I'd lose every damn thing I had, Tom. I mean, come on, and you get that big salary that you get, and you can't hit. I mean, bury yourself and move on. But coming down to turn three over there, the Gainesville Gazette Headliner, Billy's getting happier by the minute. Billy's getting happier by the minute. I mean, y'all need to quit rubbing that genie down there in Gainesville and go on and do something. You know, hire you a player like we do with Coach Freeze. But hey, coming into turn 4, what we got?
This guy is saying.
Coming into turn 4. We're coming into turn 4 right here.
Get a phone that we can hear you on, okay? Could you hear that? I could not either. Dustin is up next. Hello, Dustin.
Hey, Paul. Well, the only thing that idiot from Pell City's done is hit the wall. He hadn't even made it through the first turn. I wanted to call in and dunk on his coach a little bit. Why are we pretending at this point that Hugh Freeze is not a scumbag? I mean, he gets run out of Ole Miss for calling up hookers on the company phone. He goes out to Liberty and sends some young lady who spoke up about abuse that she went through and sent her an intimidating direct message. You know, she jumped in her DMs privately and tried to intimidate the young woman who said she was a victim of abuse into silence. And then after the game, from his actual Twitter account that I can't believe they let him have, he's tweeting at some married woman trying to flirt with her. I mean, this guy is just...
Hey, Dustin, allow me to jump in here. I'm not going to get into everything that you said, but the last part, are you absolutely 100% certain you know what you're talking about there?
Yeah, she's the director.
That's on Hugh Freeze's official Twitter account. I mean, are you sure about that?
Yeah, Coach Hugh Freeze.
And what exactly did he say?
Well, I'm looking it up. He blocked me,
looking it up and making an accusation on a national show are two different things.
Paul, if you'll let me, I'll tell you. But I'm trying to find what the tweet was. Basically, he was being flirty with some woman who he said, "Oh, come on now, you know the SEC and Auburn where it's at." I mean, it's just it wasn't a good look after the crap that he's been caught doing.
Well, first of all, I would take great exception to the fact that he was being flirty.
Well, it sure seemed like it, Paul.
Yeah, maybe it seemed like it to you, but it didn't seem like it to anybody responsible.
Well, you don't even know what the tweet you 30 seconds ago, you didn't even know it existed. So how are you going to form an opinion?
I've got it in front of me now, and you're wrong.
What did it say?
First of all, this is
what did it say,
this
Paul?
is a completely ridiculous conversation.
Paul, what did it say? You've got it in front of you. Read it on the air.
He said, "Come on, Madison." What was it? "Come on, Madison. It's War Eagle all day. Hope you are."
Yeah,
how is that being flirty?
War Eagle all day. So, do you think that a married man, with his track record, his history of screwing up in that department, should really be tweeting at another married woman? Is that a good look? Do you think that's a good look, Paul?
Dustin, this conversation is completely and totally off the rails. But I appreciate your calling very much. I didn't find any fault with that conversation at all on Twitter. Did you? Peyton is up next in Florida. Hello, Peyton.
Man, y'all get off my man Hugh Freeze. Man's just trying to have fun. Goodness gracious, some of y'all need to grow up. But hey, Paul, anyway, I was at work earlier today, passing the time, on hold with your phone, and I just got to say something about the show Around the Horn. That is an awful, awful show, and I do not know how it is still on the air. It is a terrible show. Anyway, Auburn's got a late game this week, Paul. Are you going to make some coffee and watch the whole thing, or are you going to fall asleep? Because I'm
sure
starting to get nervous that I can't even make it.
To the kickoff.
I mean, it's going to be a rough one.
Well, first of all, it's on opposite the Alabama-Texas game, so I'll probably make it to the end of the Texas game, but I can't promise I'll make it to the end of the Auburn game.
Well, I'm very excited to watch it. It's got me fired up for it. But hey, I did want to make one complaint. I noticed it, or I thought about it last night when I was watching the Clemson game. At this point in the game, I mean, it might not have changed the outcome, and it likely wouldn't have. However, they were down 2 touchdowns with about 8 minutes left in the game. And with this stupid new clock rule going on, it was completely over at that point. I mean, just by the way the clock kept going away with 8 minutes left in the game, you're down 2 touchdowns. You know, there's always a possibility that you can come back. And I feel like with these new clock rules, it has just completely eliminated that from ever being able to happen. I mean, if you throw a first down with the pass, it keeps running, and I just think it's going to change the outcome of games a lot, and I just don't think it's good for the sport. And what pisses me off is that the reason for them to use this clock rule was under the guise of player safety. And here's why I'm calling a crock of crap on that, because they added a 12-team playoff. So if you're in the national championship game, your players now have 3 more games that year. Does that sound like something that a football player – actually, did anybody even ask the football players themselves
Payne, I can assure
if they
you
wanted
that
to have this change?
Listen, it's a conversation to have, but for this year, the rule's in there. Let's check out Dana in Tennessee. Hello, Dana.
How's it going, Mr. Feinbaum?
Very well. Thank you for calling.
Good. Yeah, the whole Shane Beamer thing, I still can't, football's a game of inches, right?
That's what they say.
Yeah, well, that's a chain gang. That job ain't no joke. And
I do know that.
Yeah. Have you ever run the chains, Mr. Feinbaum?
I have never run the chains. I've been on a chain gang, though.
It's constant. It's constant. It goes on and on and on.
Well, I believe if you're on a chain gang, you have every right, legally and morally, to be able to eat your hot dogs in peace without being harassed by Shane Beamer. We'll take a break. More to come right after this.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
The Paul Feinbaum Podcast is brought to you by Allstate. College football fans, are you in good hands? Because with insurance from Allstate, you'll be game day ready every day. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent today to learn more. Allstate, you're in good hands.
The pride, passion, and pageantry of college football lives here. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show, Hour 4 podcast.
This might be college football heaven.
An hour before we get in the car and, well, maybe the truck, and head to Tuscaloosa. Legend is next.
Hell yeah. Y'all know what time it is. Get your popcorn. Woo! Rolex, well, let me see, right, baby, headed to Tuscaloosa. Gonna eat me a longhorn. I like it well done with a baked potato and some steamed broccoli, please.
Paul, how you doing, my brother? How you doing, baby?
Legend, we are doing great.
Paul, NFL starts tonight, man. That's exciting, ain't it?
I do get that channel.
Yeah, I get that channel. Hey, Paul, you need to tell all these 60 and 70-year-old men just to get the internet and order the games off the internet. They probably don't have a credit card, though. Probably all of them still dealing cash. They probably ain't none of them got a credit card. All you need is the internet. You get everything you want. Man, wake up. Come into the year 2023, please. Stop letting these cable companies rip y'all off for millions. Hey, Paul, I seen you hey, about the game tonight. You see Jameer Gibbs starting that running back for the Detroit Lions, bro.
Oh, I didn't see it. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm taking them Lions at 6.5 points tonight. I know Kelsey's out, and I know Chris Jones ain't playing because he couldn't get $28 million. 20 wasn't enough for it. A Kansas City Chief for life. Yeah, right. Hey, Paul, I also got to ask you, man, I got to say what I'm going to say. How you put up with Mad Dog Russo, man? You and him like one of the greatest combinations ever, man. How you put up with that dude,
He's
man?
amazing.
I see you about to die laughing.
I did a radio interview with him a couple weeks ago, and I mean, I was literally exhausted by the end of the 10 minutes. I mean, I felt like I'd gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson in 1989. I mean, it was unbelievable. But I admire him. I mean, he's really comical. I don't think he's much of a commentator, but I can't help but laugh when I'm on with him.
Yeah, I watched him do an interview the other day. He was like, they scored 3 runs in the 8th inning. What do you think about that? Spit it out.
But Legend, he's like the guy. I mean, everybody knows that guy. That no matter you go see your uncle or your grandfather, and he said, "Yeah, I was much better in '59 when I graduated." I mean, he lives in that period in New York of late 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe up until Reggie Jackson, and then it's over. Nothing else has happened in New York since Reggie Jackson hit 3 home runs in the World Series.
Hey, when you see him again, will you give him a message from the legend?
I will.
Hey, tell him New York Yankees are the Orioles Mitch, and it's going to be that way for a long time to come.
That's
Suck
funny.
on that, New York. Hey, Paul, Keon Coleman, I'm open, baby. Oh, I don't know where that came from. Right there. Hey, Paul, I heard a Georgia fan early on call me Gary. Talk about he ain't got no... He ain't gonna call man the legend. Let me tell you something. My mama called me the legend, and I didn't even tell her to do that before she passed away. Everywhere I go, every place I go, I don't promote it. They call me the legend because of this show, because of Paul Feinbaum. Man, Paul Feinbaum is like American Bandstand. He gives you a stage. Snoop Dogg ain't Snoop Dogg. Hell, he ain't the Snoop Dogg for real. I ain't the legend for real, but people call me that. And if you ain't gonna call me that, stay the hell off the radio talking about I stole your hump. You and the Georgia fans ought to know about being humped. Y'all was humped for 40 years. Hell, y'all was humped for so long when they mentioned the name Georgia, they said, oh, that's the SEC whole house there. That's how much y'all was humped for 40 years. Don't tell me I stole anything from you, brother. No, you talking about I had a feud with Legend 2 years ago. They don't remember you. They don't remember anything about you other than the fact that Ric Flair dropped you over the top rope on your head. That's the only thing they remember, boy. Keep my name out of your mouth. And for that skinny, fake-ass Canadian from Bangladesh want to put my name in your mouth, I'm going to give you one warning, dude. You keep your skinny ass in Canada and don't worry about us fat Americans, because we'll drop you on your head right here on this radio station. You stay in line, too, bro. I'll put these elbows on him, Paul. Put some elbows up here. Keon Coleman, I'm open again, Paul. I don't know where that keeps going from. Now, Paul, to Mike Griffin. Mike Griffin. I mean, what is up with Mike Griffin, Paul? What is up with Mike Griffin? I mean, what a fraud.
I mean, he talking about Auburn's going to be a good game. This is the game that Georgia has to worry about, the Auburn Tigers. That's who Georgia has to worry about. How pathetic, Georgia, that you try to sell us that Auburn is some kind of big-time game, man. And where you at, Mike Griffin? Look like you in your backyard in a little corner by a fence. What the hell's up with that? You can't afford a Georgia flag to put in your living room to sit behind on the show with Paul Feinbaum. I mean, I expect Wilson from Tool Time to lean over the fence any moment and say, "Hey, Mike, can you spell blue?" I mean, where the hell you at, dude? I don't even get that right there, man. That's pretty damn pathetic to me. And, Paul, let me tell you what we're going to be talking about Monday morning around the water fountain. You ready?
I am.
This is what we're going to be talking about right here. Boom! Boom! Hold on, Paul. Boom! Boom! The walls are saying, what's going on? It's an earthquake! Boom! Boom! It's an earthquake! Run! I'm coming to see you, mama! Boom! Oh, hold up! Not an earthquake? What is it? Oh, I'm behind, Paul. It's just the Alabama offensive line. That's what we're going to be talking about come Monday morning. We about to eat a Longhorn. Welcome to the SEC, Texas. You come to the right place to figure it out. Hey, Paul, I'm Deion Coleman. I got a Syracuse transfer 10 yards behind me. I'm open, baby. Elvin has left the building.
Wow. Wow, that was amazing. Let's continue with more phone calls. Al is up next in Memphis. Hello, Al.
Hey, Paul. How you doing, buddy?
We're doing great.
I guess I'm like all the other LSU people, totally disappointed about what happened with Florida State. They were totally not prepared. They were uncoached. They were outcoached, rather. I'm sorry, outcoached, outplayed, and I don't, even after the turnaround season last year, and I expected a little better for than what we had. What do you think?
Yeah, I was shocked, quite frankly, by what we saw. But I thought it was a small thing that became much bigger, and it was 2 or 3 bad decisions by the coaching staff early in that game. Instead of just grabbing some points, they tried to bully it in, and I think that gave Florida State momentum, and they took advantage of it. And when the game was really on the line, it just simply looked like LSU was done. And I still think they have the potential to be a really good team, but of all the SEC schools, they played the best opponent, and they got exposed.
Well, and Coach Kelly, I expected a little bit more out of him, a little bit more discipline out of his team than what he showed, and especially out of his coaching staff. And he had the same staff from last year, right? And he had the same offensive coordinator, same defensive coordinator, right? And they improved every time they played last year, and then they come out and showed me nothing at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and to me, the great coaches should be prepared at the first game. You see the first game jitters from rookie coaches, from coaches that clearly don't know what they're doing. I think the first game is very easy to prepare for. It's not easy if you're starting for the first time at quarterback or another position, but that was not his problem.
No, it was not. I mean, he had basically the same offense, same guys, same wide receivers, and they weren't catching balls. I mean, balls thrown right in their hands, couldn't catch balls. I was shocked.
Well, thank you very much for the call. It's good to hear from you. Robert is up next. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
Robert, we're doing great. Thank you.
Dollar, who's it gonna be? This is Dr. Doolittle, a.k.a. Black Gold. Dr. Doolittle without the doctor, because I'm gonna do little as I can. Come on. Hey, Paul, I was waiting on to hear that response from Legend. I think a lot of people just poke him so they can just get a good call on him, because he's really entertaining. I like old Legend. I was calling again, another thing about the game. I'm gonna think the game ending 35-17, Alabama and Texas.
Yes, sir.
What do you think?
You may be a little higher on the spread than I am, but I agree with you on Alabama. I think they're in pretty good shape Saturday night.
Hey, yes, sir. And another thing, about this stuff about the ESPN, I'm gonna watch my Alabama game. So what I did was, I downloaded on my Roku. It's called Fubo.
Yeah.
You can get all the channels, even the ESPN, the SEC channel. I mean,
Okay.
and it's one flat price, and you can record,
Oh, really?
rewind movies
Okay.
and everything. And I mean, it was awesome. So I called in to end my cable.
So
because I think a lot
on
of the
Roku,
cable
can you
being
get you can get any channel?
on Roku, you get that Fubo. It's a
Okay.
app
I
called
get it.
Fubo.
I understand. Yeah, I've seen that. Hey, well,
It's an
wait, thank
app
you
called
very, very
Fubo.
much. That's. I mean, there are a lot of great ideas out there. People can take advantage of. Walter is up next in Kentucky. Hey, Walter.
Paul Feinbaum, sir. How are you?
We are well, thank you.
Hey, listen, just quick. If you can get a movement started that when Eli Go decides to step down, can we get a petition going to get Legend in that booth to make the calls? Listen, I would pay money to get radio here from Alabama to listen to that, if you could do that.
Well, at worst, Walter, there should be an alternative channel that Legend does. I mean, I know people love to listen to the Alabama broadcaster, but just like you see this on ESPN, they have the mega cast where you bring in somebody
Sure,
else.
absolutely.
The film room.
I would listen to him go through the phone book.
Legend doesn't realize, and I guess I should have told him this privately and agreed to be his agent. He doesn't realize how much money he could make doing this kind of thing.
He could put some money under the table from you. It wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. Well,
Paul, we love you, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Yeah, this will be my last show. I'm moving into the agent business, and my first client is Legend, and we'll have a press conference tomorrow in Tuscaloosa announcing what his future plans will be. We'll take a short break. More to come right after this.
Isn't that aroma just heavenly?
What's with the whispering?
Inside this grill is the secret to winning game days.
Eckrich smoked sausage, crafted with a perfect medley of spices for a truly rich, savory taste. So easy to prepare, too. Now, hand me one of those buns.
Whoa, keep your voice down.
Marty, you're still whispering? Secret's out, buddy. Eckrich.com has dozens of simple, mouth-watering recipes for everyone to win game days this season.
Ever dream of hitting the road in your own customized Mercedes-Benz Sprinter? At ESPN, we dream that dream. And with the help of Mercedes-Benz, we made it happen. Our own Jen Latta teamed with Mercedes-Benz designers to create a fully functional, state-of-the-art podcast studio on wheels. Microphones, cameras, and a deluxe conversation space where Jen will be interviewing some of the biggest names in college football. And if you see the Sprinter out at the game, you'll notice a little extra, the tailgate setup, complete with grill, cooler, TV monitors, and more. To get an inside look, visit mbvans.com/sprinterlabs. The Mercedes-Benz ESPN College Football Podcast Sprinter, coming soon to a game near you. Hey, college football fans, whether you're on the field or in the stands, make sure you're well protected. Like having a solid defense to shut down that wide receiver in the final quarter, opening lanes for your running backs to do their thing. And of course, reliability when protecting your QB. Because great coverage is a game changer. That's why Allstate provides that same protection off the field, giving you reliable coverage and game-winning protection for everything that matters, helping you stay game day ready every day. So, get protected with Allstate. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent today to learn more. Brought to you by Allstate. You're in good hands. Insurance coverage is subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
And welcome back as we roll on here. How about Handsome Joe in Red Bay, Alabama?
Roll Tide, roll Paul Feinbaum, and hey, love the show so far. And you know what? It was kind of, I got to admit, it was kind of good to hear Jim's voice again. And I hope he really means what he said about, he's truly sorry.
I didn't like the part he said, but I feel like other people should apologize. See, that part just, that's not like saying I'm sorry, but anyway, I'm glad he's called back, Paul, and the first thing he wanted to come saying is that our man is the man. I mean, hey, our man, I like our man. He is a good caller, but Legend is the man. I mean, everybody knows this. Our man ain't the man. He's a good caller. I would put him like second or third on there, but Legend's, you know, he's the man, not. But, you know, our man, he likes Jim. Jim likes our man. You know, they're each other's favorites. So, you know, that's good. You know, that's good for them. You know, we all got our favorites. But I also want to say, Paul, did I hear Steve Spears say yesterday that Colorado and Nebraska is going to be the biggest game this weekend?
He said that, yes.
Paul, how could he say? I mean, you got number 3 versus number 11 playing, and the winner of the Bama-Texas game is going to probably be in the top 5 in the country, whether it's Alabama or Texas move forward. I think Alabama's going to win the game, but it's one of those games, you know, you just hope you do penalty-free again. You know, just don't make the mistakes like we made last year. Don't go back in our own way, you know, back in our own way, Paul. And I also heard a Georgia fan call yesterday that's asking about, you know, what happens to Alabama if our starting quarterback gets hurt. Well, for one thing, what happens to every team if your starting quarterback gets hurt? But see, to me, that's just like, you don't wish anybody's quarterback to get hurt. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Auburn. You don't ever wish injury on any one of these young players. You don't. And to even make that statement is just ridiculous, Paul. That's just plumb ridiculous to me. And the last thing I want to say is, Paul, I like when they just talk about the Monday morning water cooler conversation, what we're going to be talking about. But these are the 2 things I think we're going to be talking about come Monday morning. Jalen Milroe for Heisman, and that so-called Texas Bull Bevo, it's a girl cow, Paul. He's a girl. You have a good one, Paul. Roll Tide, brother.
Augie is up next. Hey, Augie.
Paul, did you know Tammy Wynette was from Red Bay or near Red Bay, Alabama?
I knew Tammy was from Alabama. I did know that.
It says she was born with the closest town being Red Bay. And you know who else is from Red Bay? Van Tiffin. Didn't he beat
Now, I can
Auburn?
assure you I knew that because Van Tiffin's family has a business there. They're one of the largest motorhome companies in the country.
I knew there was a motorhome company there that was a big employer, but I didn't know that was his family.
That is Van Tiffin's. I don't know if it's his father, grandfather. I'm not exactly sure, but that is correct.
Well, Paul, you may need to get to know some more about that because apparently you're not very good at what you do. Because didn't AC jump all over you when you're questioning your allotting time to callers and why people are given preferential treatment on calls? I mean,
he did make a big deal about that. He sure did.
And you know that little ditty about was it Johnny B that went on and on? Your breathing was deafening, Paul. You didn't think it was going to end.
No, I did not, and I don't want to. I shouldn't talk like this, but if it didn't end, my life was going to end right here.
I couldn't believe the coach and the Canes didn't come out from behind the curtains and snag him off the stage, but I could feel it coming. And Paul, I got to say, you targeted that poor lady Sandra from Texas. You just would not. You were like a kid with the magnifying glass and an ant pile. You were just like lighting.
Well, I always thought, Augie, when you're the daughters of the whatever, that usually means that you have a direct link to them through your ancestry. And she didn't mention that.
I have no idea what those organizations are all about. Daughters of the Revolution, Daughters of the Confederacy. I have no idea. I didn't even know they were still around. But hey, you learn something every day. But and as far as AJ, I mean, was it really a revelation to anybody to know that AJ is an idiot? I mean, was that a revelation?
No, but there's the old cliche about opening your mouth and removing all doubt. I mean, he certified that last night. I mean, I've always thought he was borderline, but he won the trophy. That was one of the worst. Saying this is amazing, but that was one of the worst calls in the history of the show.
And that's saying a lot for AJ because all his calls are bad. And I mean, doesn't that picture he sent in really just epitomize AJ? He's got that dumb look in his face with this dark sunglasses.
Being loud and uninteresting is one thing, but being loud, uninteresting, and stupid is something else.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, Jeff's loud, but Jeff's erudite. He's interesting.
Yeah.
He makes a point, and I got to say this: I don't appreciate people getting down on our man Airborne. He's a recognized vet of the 82nd. So no matter what Chris says, he gets that. That spots him for any dumb thing he might say. But Paul, the floodgates are opening in BK now.
The surprise of the week for me is the high level of animus from LSU people toward. I mean, I may be the last person other than BK's wife who's defending him right now, but I am standing firm behind him.
You are the last guy look, I'm not ready to call for his firing, although I hope he gets the message that we are not happy at all that the first game of the year to come out of the blocks like he did, and I think he is relatively severely embarrassed, and I think he's doing things to them right now that we wouldn't want done to us. So, I'm not ready to get rid of BK, but boy, we've got a long road to hoe. Anyway, Paul, hope you have a good show tomorrow. See you next week.
Thank you, Augie. Great to hear from you. Rattlejaw is up next in South Carolina. Hello, Rattle.
Hello, Paul. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, I'm 79 years old. I've been a Bulldog all my life. I'll never quit being a Bulldog. And I can appreciate Legends' enthusiasm. You know, I've known a lot of loudmouth people in my life that have insecurities, and I think that's one of Legend's problems. He has a lot of insecurities. He cannot deal without being a loudmouth, so he has to be heard. But I still appreciate his enthusiasm. I have no idea what's going to happen this year with Georgia with a three-peat. I have no idea what's going to happen with Alabama. I have no idea what's going to happen with anybody. We played one football game. We got a long way to go. A lot of things can happen along the way, as you know. So I just wanted to just say that Legend has really, really, really irritated me to the point that his mouth is so loud. He is so frustrating to listen to because he just, I don't know what his problem is. He's got some issues. And I hate that because I think he's a good person, but he's just got issues. That's all I got to say, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll head to the break. We have 30 minutes remaining. We hope you'll stick around.
That's the sound of another sale on Shopify. And the moment another business dream becomes a reality, Shopify is the commerce platform revolutionizing millions of businesses worldwide. Whether you're a garage entrepreneur or IPO ready, Shopify is the only tool you need to start, run, and grow your business without the struggle. Shopify puts you in control of every sales channel. So whether you're selling satin sheets from Shopify's in-person POS system or offering organic olive oil on Shopify's all-in-one e-commerce platform, you're covered. And once you've reached your audience, Shopify has the internet's best converting checkout to help you turn them from browsers to buyers. What you'll love is, no matter how big you want to grow, Shopify gives you exactly what you need to take your business to the next level. Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. And Shopify is truly a global force, powering Allbirds, Rothy's, and Brooklinen, and millions of other entrepreneurs of every size across over 170 countries. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/network, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/network to take your business to the next level today. Shopify.com/network. You don't need special gadgets to be a hero. With unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, everywhere, the Capital One Quicksilver Card makes you the hero of every purchase. Whether it's headphones, a lounge chair, or even a well-deserved massage, whatever the Quicksilver purchase, you're the hero. No fighting bad guys, getting in epic car chases, or parachuting out of buildings required. Simple, isn't it? The Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
What if you could reduce workplace injuries and save your company money with one simple safety footwear solution? Zappos at Work brings you the largest selection of safety footwear styles with free expedited shipping on every order. Our team builds your company an online storefront based on your safety needs. Get a free pair of safety shoes when you schedule a 20-minute meeting. Go to zappos.com/podcast to sign up. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
We're back. How about this lineup? The Dogs started off at noon. Kent State and Arkansas. Prime time in Starkville. How about that matchup? Arizona coming to Mississippi. We'll be back with more phone calls right now. Speaking of Mississippi, Squirrel is up next.
You know, you had a caller earlier in the show kind of accuse you of being a little salty with some of the callers today. And I knew exactly what your problem was. I didn't want, I didn't call in and tell everybody at the time. But after about 2 weeks of not talking with your number one leg humper, you do get a little testy.
I think that's an apt description. There are cruder terms that a lot of folks would understand, but I get antsy, anxious, crotchety. Yeah. I mean, I miss the guy.
I know you do, and because of that, I'm going to take it easy on him. I'm not going to talk about Tucker Richardson or anything like that for at least today. Let's put it that way. And because I'm glad
my heart felt better, Squirrel. I mean, remember you go back to a time in your life when you see someone and all of a sudden your heart goes pitter patter.
I know yours does when Jim calls, and I was glad to hear Mr. Magoo call back in also. But I wondered why when God was telling him to apologize to everybody who offended that day, why he didn't tell him to apologize to me also. Because he was pretty cruel, if you remember, and said I had 3 hairs on top of my head or something of that nature. And I think I've got at least 6 or 8, So, and speaking of standing by the bus, you're going to be in Tuscaloosa tomorrow?
Correct.
Tell Miss Laura I said hello and tell her congratulations on that new baby.
I will. I will.
Have you seen pictures of the young man?
Yeah, Laura and I ended up sitting next to each other last week, flying to Nashville. So I got the family treatment pretty seriously.
Well, I hope she doesn't. I hope she does not take this the wrong way. But I'm hoping this baby looks like her, because that little girl looks just like her daddy. I mean, man, that's her daddy made over.
Well, this is a boy, Jack.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to remember. It's a little bit early to tell, but she's come through it really well. I mean, I know that's not.
I'm sure she has. She's a trooper. But tell her we asked about her, and if you're down here for the Baton Rouge game, for the Tennessee game, I'm going to come over and see you. I'll pick up Jim on the way, and we'll go have lunch, and then we'll hang out with you around the tent.
Love
Thank
to.
you for taking my call.
Thanks, Squirrel. AJ.
Paul, I just want to reach out to everybody that I may have offended yesterday with my comments that do not define who I am. Speaking of a bus, as Squirrel just mentioned, you rolling me under the racist bus that's pathetic, Paul. Anybody that knows me knows I'm nowhere near a racist person. I have people in my family that are not the same color of my skin. That is the poorest begging of trying to generate phone calls that you've ever pulled right there. I'm not racist, Paul. Never will be. I don't like anything about all of it. The government's used it for years and years and years to keep division, and I guarantee you what I was referring to, Mr. Feinbaum, was I was referring to the character in the mouth of the person and how they handle themselves off the field, because I won't mention his name again. He gets enough attention. But I tell you this, you misleading people in this public as to what I am as an individual, you refer to me in such a disdaining manner, Paul, like I'm some kind of... I was born in 1976, Paul Feinbaum. I wasn't born in 1776. And I'm highly ticked off about the way you handled that. That was not meant to go into I don't look at skin color. I never will. I never have. I don't do that. But I'll tell you this. I do sincerely apologize to anybody and everybody that I offended, and I promise you, I won't even bring that out. It was a poor choice of topic. That's what it was. And so, for that, I'm very sorry to the Feinbaum Nation, to the staff of your staff, and anybody out there that's listening and or any listeners, but I will not be made into some kind of person like that guy from Texas called and said. You're not rolling me under that bus and getting away with it, Mr. Feinbaum. And that's a fact, Jack. War damn eagle.
John is in New York. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Feinbaum.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much.
It's too bad I had to follow AJ, but that's fine, you know. Anyway, I just want to pick your brain a little bit, you know. Just want to get your thoughts on the Texas-Alabama game this week. I think they're both very comparable rosters and, you know, have very, very, you know, high talent. And I just want to see what you would think, what it's going to boil down to at the end. You know, I give Alabama a slight edge, but I think Texas could be, you know, right in there, you know, right to the end. What do you think?
I think it's a game of momentum, and I really believe for Alabama to do what everybody is predicting, and everyone is predicting them to win, they need a good start, because when you start fast at home and the momentum starts to lean in your direction, you get a continuum of what you left a week ago. And I think that's important for Jalen Milroe, who, you know, had a good game. He passed the first test, but John, I strongly believe that was they didn't give him a lot of room to make mistakes. And you know,
right,
I don't want to
right.
get too deep in the weeds, but coordinators can make the game plan simplistic, so he knows what he's doing. He's not having to make reads. He's not having to check. He's not having to improvise. He's just doing what he is prepared to do. And I think this week is totally different. But I feel pretty good about where Alabama is. I thought it was a very good week for them. And I think that was important for to have positively. I don't really know what to make out of Texas. They clearly dogged it in the first game. I don't know if that was by design in terms of let's do virtually and absolutely nothing, but I wouldn't be surprised.
But clearly Texas has some talent. There's no doubt about
Texas
it.
has enormous talent. You were correct about that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, this could be a very good game. I mean, to me, you know, this is the game of the week. But anyway, you know, having said that, I just want to get your thoughts on a couple other games. What do you think about the Notre Dame North Carolina State game this week? Do you think it could be a letdown game for Notre Dame?
Yes, it could be. And
yeah, I agree. You know,
I think it's extremely dangerous, and
yeah.
I'm impressed with what I've seen from NC State in the past. Losing the quarterback. I mean, I think they're pretty happy with the quarterback they have. But I thought last year was just an absolute disappointment, and I wouldn't be even remotely surprised to see NC State win that game.
No, I mean, you know, but are you surprised with the poise of the Notre Dame quarterback? I think he came from Purdue.
But I think he was expected to play well. I mean, that's who he is.
I agree.
And you know, it helps when you've been around 4 years when you're starting versus having never started before. We are officially out of time for this program. We appreciate all of you for being a part of it. Some really interesting guests today. We'll see you right here tomorrow.
You're listening to the Paul Feinbaum Show podcast.
Isn't that aroma just heavenly?
What's with the whispering?
Inside this grill is the secret to winning game days.
Mm-hmm. Eckrich smoked sausage, crafted with a perfect medley of spices for a truly rich, savory taste. So easy to prepare, too. Now, hand me one of those buns.
Whoa, keep your voice down.
Marty, you're still whispering? Secret's out, buddy. Eckrich.com has dozens of simple, mouth-watering recipes for everyone to win game days this season.
The Paul Feinbaum Podcast is brought to you by Allstate. College football fans, are you in good hands? Because with insurance from Allstate, you'll be game day ready every day. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent today to learn more. Allstate, you're in good hands.
The pride, passion, and pageantry of college football lives here. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show, Hour 1 podcast.
This might be college football heaven.
This is going to be a good barometer for us to find out, where are we as a team?
We can't get caught up thinking we're going to play all 17 teams that Coach Saban's had the last 17 years. We're playing the 2023 Alabama football team.
1, 2, 3, time for some action. 1, 2, 3, time for some action.
He may be the most explosive player on this roster, and he just showed why. It is caught! Touchdown, Texas!
Look in the stands, it's my time to go.
The history will be on display Saturday night.
A million fans, a million to go.
We are live in Tuscaloosa like there would be any place else to be on the second weekend of the college football season. The game of the weekend is here. Number 11, Texas, taking on the Tide. So many and so much implications as far as not only respectability, but CFP. This game could loom very large later on. We say hello to you, and we're joined at the beginning by Tim Tebow, and so much to talk about. But Tim, I want to talk about something else in a minute, but obviously you have to start with this game.
Yeah. I think it's 3-11 in the rankings, but I think both of these teams are actually contenders for the championship this year. I think Texas is better than number 11. I think they're a top 10 football team. What an amazing game to have week 2. It's something that fans should be excited about. When we look forward to the future, right, this is what we're going to have even more so in the SEC, and that's just so exciting with Oklahoma and Texas coming to the SEC. And I think what's also exciting about this game is the question marks, right? Such a new Alabama team, but one that showed a lot of promise week 1, and then a Texas team that I believe has the best roster they've had in over a decade. You look from top to bottom, offense, defensive line, they're fast, they're physical, they got a big-time quarterback, they got Xavier Worthy, one of the best, most explosive receivers in the country. A.D. Mitchell, transfer from Georgia, another big-time receiver. Like, this is going to be an awesome matchup. Like, this is what college football is all about. And for these fans, I think they're going to get their money's worth.
Tim, you mentioned Texas and Alabama in the sense that the quarterback play is something that everyone is watching. I want to start with Texas. We all know Quinn Ewers' backstory. He's had good moments, but he's had some shaky moments.
He has, but what I loved about Quinn in the last year is he's had a lot of pressure. Right, you have Malik coming in there, you have Archie coming in there, and Archie got all the hype. But what did Quinn do? He just went to work. You know, he shaved his hair, shaved the beard. He got a lot fitter. He went into the gym, the weight room. He showed up week 1. Didn't necessarily have his best performance, but what he had was a tough performance. And he showed that he was a leader of the team. He bounced back in the second quarter, third quarter. I still think overall he had a good performance. His talent is off the charts, but also what I like is that he's the leader of that team now. And sometimes that's what a team needs to rally around, is a leader. And I think that they look at Quinn. And one of the things I watched last week is when he would get knocked down, because their offensive line didn't necessarily perform the best, when his offensive line would run back to pick him up. That's when you see that they're following this guy. And I think he's primed for a really big showing, not just tomorrow night, but I think for the rest of the season.
What do you see from Jalen Milroe?
I loved it, man. I loved his performance. You don't have more pressure than when you're the starting quarterback at Alabama and you're showing up week 1 and you have to follow Bryce. Heisman Trophy winner, and I just think it's hard for people to understand how much pressure that everyone is going to view what you do on the first drive and the second drive, and if you're not good, then in the first couple of drives, they're going to somewhat write you off. I mean, look at what happened at Georgia. They didn't have a couple drives that didn't go their way, and people think the sky's falling, and it's like, no, Carson did just fine, okay? He's going to be fine. Everything is okay, but I thought Jalen handled the pressure so well. He's such a likable kid. He's got so much talent, and for him to show up, 5 touchdowns, I think have a lot of pocket presence on third downs, didn't force the run, but when he needed to on some broken plays, he showed that he's one of the best athletes on the field. And I really think tomorrow night, that might be one of the X factors, is Jalen's ability in some of those broken plays to be the best athlete, right? Every now and then you can go from being quarterback to, okay, Jalen, let it rip. Show everybody you're legit 4'4", that you're 220 pounds and you can run over most linebackers. And I think that's something that if you're Saban, if you're Tommy tomorrow night, it's like, hey, we love how much you've improved in the pocket, but there's going to be a couple plays, hey, go out there and be the best athlete on the field.
We're chatting with Tim Tebow, and Tim, I've talked about this with you privately, and I don't know if we've ever had the conversation on the air, but I can't ever come to this campus without thinking about how close you almost came to this campus. And I was reminded of it again recently in the Netflix show Swamp Kings. And it's not an exaggeration to say that there was a moment when Tim Tebow was heading to the University of Alabama.
Yeah, I really thought my entire high school career, if I would have been honest with you, I would have probably said that I was leaning towards or planning on coming to Alabama, and that was a kind of a last-second decision to go to Florida. But I think when you show up on this campus and you see the passion, the tradition, you know, I was very close with Coach Shula, Dave Rader, all the coaches that were here. We had a great relationship for 4 years, and that was a very hard decision. And sometimes I still get some negative comments from quite a few Alabama fans, but you know what? You got so much to be excited about and cheer for. You've had the best run in college football history. You're doing just fine.
But you know what's so interesting, and not to make you larger than life, although you are, had you decided to come to the University of Alabama, Nick Saban wouldn't be here because Mike Shula would have done much better than he did. Alabama, at some point, Saban would have eventually gone somewhere else. So Alabama fans, don't begrudge Tim Tebow anything. Thank him for Nick Saban. This is the man that brought Nick Saban to Alabama.
I don't know about all that.
I do. I was here. I watched it in real time, although it was fun watching it. By the way, speaking of Swamp Kings, I mean, that had to not only be really something to go back and talk about it all, but then to see your old teammates. And
I haven't even gotten through it all. I've had the chance. It's been fun.
Don't get to the. I just finished it myself. You will not like episode 4.
So I've heard and know about the ending. Well, because we lived it and it didn't end the way we wanted it to, thanks to these guys here.
But for those who haven't seen it, and I'm not giving away like some mystery, everybody knows what happened. But it's just I couldn't help but think I think the last scene in the Netflix documentary is you walking into the swamp. And there's the national championships up there from 06 and 08. And the regret that was in your eyes that there wasn't '09, and thinking, I mean, think about that. You guys were so
Still
close
hurts.
to doing something. That's almost impossible.
Trying to win 3 out of 4 is something that it's so hard. I mean, talk about what Alabama has done for years, and what Georgia's doing right now is trying to stay on top. And we had such a team that was so close and very gifted, but I think even more special was how close everybody was from all different backgrounds, and just coming together, and then trying to fight complacency, trying to fight to keep that edge, and that brotherhood is just something that is very hard, but it was something that was special. And when we look back, do we regret not being able to win in '09? Of course, but you don't regret the relationships that were built, and all the moments and the special memories. But I do think it's something that a lot of Bama people can relate to, and Georgia can relate to, is trying to keep that edge on top, and that's something that Saban's done a better job than anybody.
And I think what I came away from, I mean, I knew you're part of the story, but your coach Urban Meyer, I think comes off in a way that the rest of us didn't know. You knew him because you're close to him, but he came off in a totally different light than I think most people ever dreamed possible.
What were some of the ways that you?
I just thought the honesty that he shared. I mean, I knew he was intense, but I could not have dreamed he was that intense.
Very.
Hello, I'm back. Only one person's watching. Hello, I'm back. My phone audio's on. One person's watching right now, but I don't know if that's me watching because I have it on my phone, so I guess that counts. But yeah. So yeah, my stream got interrupted for about 5 to 10 minutes after playing the Paul Feinbaum show for about an hour and 45 minutes straight. Yeah. So it happened again. However, after I end the stream, it's not going to show that black screen saying stream interrupted, stream suspended, because that did not happen last episode, last Saturday. It didn't do that. And there was actually no copyright claims on the last episode 52. This is episode 53. So yeah, I guess it's only when you're live. It's just weird that it happened after an hour and 50 minutes after I started playing that show. You know, it's not like it happened only 2 minutes after I started playing the show. No, it happened an hour and 45 minutes later. That's weird. So I'm going to play a different show. This is also my favorite show, the Michael Kay Show. And this show and the Paul Feinbaum show, they happen at the same time, meaning weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. Central Time, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, they happen at the exact same time. I know for sure that this show is not copyrighted. How do I know that? Because I actually uploaded some clips of this show, or a clip of this show and an audio video of this show, and there was no copyright claims. And there is a YouTuber that's live streaming the actual show on television, and it's also playing the ads of the network. This show is on the Yes Network. The Yes Network is home of the New York Yankees. And I actually have the Yes Network, even though I live nowhere near New York. It's just like the Canadian sports channels. I have those channels, even though I live nowhere near Canada, but I like to tune into that channel for certain things. All right? And I have played this show in a past live stream of American Truck Simulator, the Michael Kay Show, and no copyright claims. The stream did not get interrupted, so I'm going to play some of this. And hopefully it won't happen again. Alright? And if it... I wonder, what happens if your stream gets interrupted again? Maybe, I don't know if YouTube terminates it, or if it happens again, you have to stop playing the copyright material so that you can resume your stream. Because I read the rules, if you don't stop, if you keep playing the audio, the copyright material, YouTube will terminate your stream. So I don't know, let's just see what happens. I really hope it doesn't get terminated. If it does, nothing I can do. But anyway, the Michael Kay Show is a New York sports talk show. Michael Kay is the voice of the New York Yankees, so obviously they're going to talk Yankees baseball. And he has 2 partners with him. Don LaGreca is one of them. He is a New York Mets fan, and he does the New York Rangers radio broadcast or network. So they talk New York Mets baseball, and they talk New York Rangers when the season's happening. Then you have Peter Rosenberg. Peter Rosenberg is also a big WWE guy. If you're a WWE fan, he's on the pre-shows of the big events on Peacock. And he is a Washington Commanders fan and a Maryland fan, because that's where he's from, originally from. He grew up in that area. And Peter Rosenberg is also living in New York. He is he does a morning show called Hot 97. I never listened to it because that's like a hip-hop show. I'm not into hip-hop, but he is. He's into that. He does that in the morning, and then the Michael K show will be in the afternoon. Alright, so we're going to listen to the latest one where they give out their NFL season's predictions. Now, I'm not an NFL fan, but I'm kind of curious to hear their predictions and see what happens. Alright, so that's it. I'm going to mute my mic again. I'm pretty sure no one's watching this. Even though it says one person's watching, but I think that might be myself, because I have the stream on my phone, just in case, so that I know if the stream gets interrupted. And that's what happened a little bit ago. It's 11:31. I have 2 more cities to do deliveries in Oklahoma. And right now I am not delivering anything because I need to travel pretty far to one of the 2 cities that I have not explored yet. Then I can do the last 2 deliveries. I think I can do the last 2 deliveries because that won't take too long. So yeah, it's official. I'm going to do the last 2 deliveries and then I'll get my gold. So that should be another hour. Maybe an hour, hour and a half until I end the stream. So, yeah. Alright, guys. That's all I gotta say. And then hopefully this won't happen again the same night. Because I know this is not copyrighted. Believe it or not, it's hard to believe that this show isn't copyrighted. Because like I said earlier, I uploaded 2 videos of this show. One on television and one on radio. On demand, and YouTube checked for copyright, and there wasn't any. So yeah, and there's a YouTuber that's actually live streaming the show on television, the Yes Network, and he's also playing the commercials on the network. So I'm pretty sure it's not copyrighted, because if it was, I think he would have stopped doing it. But no, he's been doing that for months, all year. So that's great. I think only people in New York listen to this show. Yeah, this show is not on ESPN. It's only on the Yes Network and 98.7 ESPN. Yeah, it's not like the Paul Feinbaum show where everyone can listen to that. Yeah. But this show is only a New York sports talk, so that's probably why it's not as popular. But it is my favorite show to listen to. Alright guys, that's it. I'm gonna unmute my mic and we're gonna play this show.
NFL Sunday Ticket is now on YouTube and YouTube TV, which means that you can stay close to your team even if you don't live in their town. Like, maybe you're a Raven who married a Seahawk who got a job in the land of the Falcons. With NFL Sunday Ticket, you can watch your team's out-of-market Sunday afternoon games no matter where you live, because you shouldn't have to change teams even if you change towns. NFL Sunday Ticket, now on YouTube and YouTube TV. Go to youtube.com/presale to get $50 off.
Terms and embargoes apply. Offer ends 9/19. No refund. Subscription auto renews.
This is the Michael K. Show podcast. Listen live weekday afternoon starting at 3 on 98.7 ESPN in New York, the ESPN app, the TuneIn app, or on your smart speaker.
Hey, Alexa, play 98.7 ESPN.
Big Football Friday, 5 o'clock hour. We have our football picks at the end of this hour.
That's right.
Don has already nailed this 3-pointer. He took the Lions with the 4.5. Peter nailed his 2-pointer. He took the Lions with the 4.5. I lost my 1-pointer because I took the Chiefs giving the 4.5. Peter has already put the 3.5 pointer out there. He's taking the Commanders.
Yeah.
So he only has one pick to make. Or he could explain that one if he'd like.
I'd like to hear his logic.
Okay.
Yeah, of course I will when it's time.
All right, now we haven't made our seasonal picks. So do you want to go with each division and pick the winner?
Yes.
All right, the East, I'm picking the Bills. AFC East. I have the Jets second, Dolphins third, Patriots fourth.
I'll go. I guess because of tenure, Peter.
Yeah, sure.
And alphabetical order. I'm going to go Jets, Bills, Dolphins, Patriots.
Petey?
You can't play the music now. That's gimmick infringement on my segment. That's right. Probably also our music for our picks, too. So yeah, we just played 8 times.
No, we have a new composer.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I am going to go Bills, Jets, Dolphins, Patriots.
Great people think alike. Let's move to the north. Bengals, Browns, Ravens, Steelers.
Woo!
Yeah. Fight with me.
I like the Ravens a lot. I like the Ravens a lot. Like
You bullish?
What Jordan said, you got a Super Bowl caliber or Super Bowl head coach. You've got a MVP at quarterback. They've got weapons now, but Cincinnati's revamped their offensive line. Orlando Brown Jr. now is the left tackle. They're going to get everybody done from the quarterback, wide receiver Higgins. This is a really, really good football team. I've got them going to the Super Bowl, by the way.
The Bengals?
That is
or the Ravens?
The Cincinnati. I moved on to Cincinnati.
Oh, okay.
Cincinnati is first, Ravens second, Browns third, Steelers fourth. Every one of them will finish above 500.
Yeah, I agree with you on that 100%. Oh, man. I'm going to agree with Don and go. It's such a crapshoot in this division, but I'm going to go Cincinnati, Baltimore. I'll reverse it and go Pittsburgh and then Cleveland, but they're all going to be very solid.
AFC South. Give me the Jags. Give me the Titans. Give me the Texans. And give me the Colts.
No, I'm going to go Jags, Tennessee, Indianapolis, and Houston.
Yeah, I'm with Don, and also I don't care. I mean, it's the Jags are winning the division. Let's move on and spare ourselves.
Now, this is interesting. The AFC West. I'm going to go Chargers first.
Whoa.
Chiefs second. Broncos third. Raiders fourth.
Ooh, I can't go against Kansas City. I'm not going to be moved by what happened last night. Chargers don't have a coach, in my opinion. I'm going to go Chiefs, Chargers, Broncos, Raiders.
I'm going to go with Don. I believe that's exactly what you just said. I can't go against the Chiefs either. I mean, I hear what Michael's saying. I just can't stand the coach in Los Angeles. I'm going to go Kansas City, L.A., Denver, Las Vegas.
I mean, why don't you guys get a room? Jeez.
I mean, none of these are crazy picks.
But you're in lockstep. Sickening. Let's go.
I love the man.
I love Peter so
him.
much, I'd do it in public.
Let's go to the National Football Conference. Eagles, Giants, Cowboys, Commanders.
That's my order. That's how I got it. Bing, bang, boom.
Well,
Eagles, Giants, Cowboys, Washington. How about this, Peter? All over 500.
Washington?
Wow.
No
Yeah.
way. No way.
9-8.
You're out of your mind.
No,
You're out of your mind, Don. You're out of your mind. They're so bad. They might be 2-15. We may get Caleb.
That should be your hope.
I've already, because you know so much more about every other quarterback about Sam Howell than everybody else.
No, but you know, Sam Howell's going to be great, right? Okay, I'll buy that.
Don, can you just humor me on this? Don, just answer me. I'm not going to ask Michael. He can't be spoken to. Why is it insane to believe that Sam Howell could be good? Why is that?
What are you
crazy?
basing that on, though?
What I've seen, how he played at North Carolina, what he's shown us since he's gotten there, the belief I don't
Make
know.
your pick.
What do you believe? Besides someone as good as Caleb or Joe Burrow, someone who you just know is going to be an absolute, Andrew Luck, absolute stud. Don, beyond that, how does anyone know? Is it crazy to think he could be good, Don?
It's not crazy. I mean, you're going out on a bit of a limb, but it's not crazy.
But what does Michael know? Until I just said he played at North Carolina, he had no idea where he took a snap.
No
in college.
offense to Michael, you're a fan of the team, all right? But take bias out of it. You've seen a lot more of him than Michael has, or I have. So you've probably got more to go on.
This was the same guy who was in punch-drunk love with Heineke.
Not
now
true.
it's Howell.
Don, I need to ask you again. Was I in love with Heineke?
You weren't in love with him, but I think I agreed. I think he was better than people thought.
And he was better than
Rivera
Carson
made a
Wentz
mistake last year.
He was better than Zach Wilson. He was better than Carson Wentz. I didn't think he was a stud. I thought he was a stud. I didn't think he was a great player. And I don't know.
A stud, and he's not a great player.
Yeah,
I think a stud's a great player.
Well, because you don't understand the English language. You don't understand
I
what
think
I'm
I understand
saying.
it better than all three of you.
Who's all three of us? You don't even know how many people are here.
I'm including Anthony.
That's nice, but you leave Jacob out? What the hell's wrong?
Because Jacob is of equal intelligence with me.
Oh, it's you guys versus us. Okay. So, sorry, Michael got me all upset. We're on the East.
Make your damn pick.
I already said it. I'll say it again. It is going to be the Eagles. Sadly, it will be the Cowboys by a thread, followed by the Commanders, and last place will be the New York Football Giants. Last place. Read it and weep.
Laughable.
Good for you, Peter. Stand by your convictions. Don't be intimidated.
I'm tempted to put Washington above Dallas, but I'm going to say Pat.
And this is not done in a vacuum, Michael. We're going to remember this.
Damn right.
I live with this.
NFC North. This one's tough. I'm going to take Vikings first, Lions second, Packers third, Bears fourth.
Well, I'm bullish on the Lions, and I think they're going to get better as the season goes on. Their offensive line clearly is better. You saw that last night. I think Gibbs was a great pickup for them. I got Lions, Packers, Vikings, Bears.
Peter, you want to go or not?
I will go. I'm close to Dom, but not the exact same. Again, I'm also bullish on the Lions because Don and I simply know football. I'm going to go with the Detroit Lions to win the NFC North. They will be followed closely by the Minnesota Vikings. Third place will be an improved Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears. And Jordan Love will show promise, but that team is very young. The Packers, for once, last place in the NFC North.
Oh, your poor friend.
I know.
Let's go to the NFC South. Boy, this is tough.
It is. It's going to be tough to watch, too.
Saints.
Good stuff.
Panthers, Falcons, Bucks. Why are you laughing?
I'm just going to go by quarterback. I don't think any of these teams are any good. I think they're all going to finish under 500. I think these have got
all four are going to finish under 500.
Yeah, without question.
Without
well, that's what happened last year. It's not really going on much of a limb, Michael. The Buccaneers won the division at 8-9.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go Saints, Falcons, Panthers, Bucks. Just
How
because
about you,
of Derek
Skippy?
Carr.
Man, talk about another don't care. I guess I'll go along with everybody else's hot New Orleans pick. I'll go New Orleans, Atlanta, Carolina, and Tampa Bay.
And finally, the NFC West. Give me the 49ers, Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals.
I think that's the intelligent way to go, honestly. I don't see any other way you can go. I'm not to put pressure on Peter, but you can't be different, Peter.
Wait, say it one more time. What is order?
49ers, Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals. I just think that's the given.
Yeah, it is. I mean, unless for some reason Seattle disappoints and Geno was not what everyone thought he was, and somehow LA takes a step forward.
No.
I agree. There's really no room here. I'll stick with that as well.
All right, so let's make our Super Bowl pick.
Yeah.
All right, so coming out of the American Football Conference, for me, this is my pick.
You're Michael.
I'm going to take the Bills.
Ooh. Well, for the reasons I mentioned earlier with the improved offensive line, and they've been there, and now they'll finally get over the hump again, I've got Cincinnati going to the Super Bowl.
Cincinnati. Love it.
This is interesting stuff. This is what dreams are made of. You know what I mean?
That's right. God, if you're right, you could stick it right in Michael's face and all those people that hate you right in their face. This is bigger than winning the picks, in my opinion.
If you call the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Don't ask me how. They get in on a wild card. They get a favorable matchup. And somehow this very feast or famine team, the Baltimore Ravens, go back to the Super Bowl.
Not a bad pick.
Really dumb.
That's right, man.
You know, put Michael in on the list of all those. If Michael was a caller, he would hate your guts.
Oh God, he's the worst.
I'm going to take out of the National Football Conference. I'm going to take the 49ers. So I have the 49ers against the Bills.
Yeah, I'm with you, Michael.
With the 49ers winning.
I think this is the most talented team in the NFL. The only question is the quarterback and Purdy. But there are aberrations, and this could be the team that can do it. And we've seen them not get quarterback play and make runs. And I think this team couldn't do it last year. Just too many injuries at the quarterback position. So this will be a third matchup, I believe, between the 49ers and the Bengals in the Super Bowl. But I think it's finally going to be Cincinnati's year, and the Cincinnati will beat San Francisco in the Super Bowl.
Wow, we're a little 88 running it back?
Yeah, running it back.
Reverse,
80,
though?
From 88, go back
Flip it
to,
and reverse it.
80, what was that, 81? When they first met with Forrest Gregg as the head coach of the Bengals.
So who do you have the Commanders playing in the Super Bowl, Peter?
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of the Beltway right there. No, I hate to say this.
You do.
It is going to be a hard-nosed, blue-collar, Northeast Super Bowl, baby. Philly and Baltimore. How do you like that? Jalen Hurts versus Lamar. They will face off in the Super Bowl, and unfortunately, the Philadelphia Eagles will hold their second Lombardi trophy.
Like two dirty birds fighting over a dead deer carcass on the highway.
And there's no better word in the English language than carcass.
Oh, it's a great word.
I've always said it, and I'll go to the mat with that. Carcass. Say it. You can almost see it. Say the word carcass, and you can see a carcass.
I love carcass.
1-800-919-3776. Giants and the Cowboys on Sunday. Jets and the Bills on Monday. Both of those games at MetLife Stadium. On Monday, we're changing it to JetLife, Don.
That's fine. They can call whatever they want when they're home.
They're
should. Building when they're home. They change the lights. They change the merchandise. They change the end zone. Do what you want.
You don't have to be arrogant about it.
No, but I'm surprised that people are like Giant fans getting upset. Well, what do you care? What are you, a fan of MetLife?
Nobody is.
You got your insurance from them? Like, what does it matter? Once you bastardized it by having companies name the building, what does it matter? They want to call it JetLife Stadium when the Jets are home? Have fun. Go to town. By the way, I wanted to being that guy, Connor Orr in Sports Illustrated.
Right.
He plays the win-loss, loss-loss win game. So here he's got the Patriots winning the East.
God.
And in the NFC, if I can find it. I don't know, I messed up already.
Oh my God! I gotta tell you, don't worry. However bad this sounds,
yeah, he's got the Cowboys winning the East. So,
Don, however bad this is, it can't be as bad as our World Series picks.
Yeah, I just saw these because we're a show that actually is honest.
Yeah, here you go, everyone. If you're wondering what we said back in March for the World Series this year, I am very, very smart, and I had the Mets over the Yankees in 7.
Okay. And I'm even smarter. I had the Yankees over the Cardinals.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Two teams that might finish in last place. And Don
has the best picks.
I have the best picks.
Padres over the Mariners. Padres are also dreadful, but at least the Mariners have a chance.
Yeah, Mariners have a chance, and I guess the Padres are still alive, but still, it's not a great pick. But of the three, I've got the most attractive.
All right, so we also had other picks. Judge home runs for the season. Don and I were tied with 51. Peter said, no, hold my beer, 54.
Well, that's Judge's fault, not ours.
Mets win total.
Not the Dodgers' fault, I should say, with their wall.
Kay and Don, 103. Peter, 106. And a guest selector, Mike Breen, 115.
Poor Mike.
That is awful.
Text him that. He probably doesn't remember.
And the Yankee, Yankee win total, I had 99, Don 93, Peter 97. So don't really bet the house on our picks.
93 is still in play, though.
No, it's not.
It's
Is
not.
it?
I gotta
Yeah,
see
it
that.
is. Well,
no.
Yeah,
no.
they have to win all 23 games. No, they
have 22
games.
So
sorry, it's not in play.
And are they? You're off the hole. They still have an out. That was a tough loss last night.
No. Let's get into that for a moment before we get to the phone calls. Diamond Notes brought to you by London Jewelers. I think last night it ended it, and I don't want to be dramatic, but we said they could lose 5 games, right?
Right.
You can't have 20% of your losses come against the Tigers. You can't. You wasted that loss. Now you essentially have to sweep Milwaukee or sweep the Red Sox, the 4 games in Fenway. And the fact that Carlos Rodon pitched as poorly as he did, you can't do it. They have no margin of error, and they got embarrassed last night after 5 in a row and winning 8 of 9.
Right.
To lay an egg like that, that might have done it.
Plus, it was going to be
Probably
difficult
did.
to begin with. But the one thing that we said to back us up, that we're not all of a sudden jumping off the bandwagon, not that Peter and I were on it, or even you for that matter, but you're just creating a scenario, is that they had to win all their games against the Tigers, the Pirates, and the Royals. So they didn't do that. And they've got 6 series left. And if they're only allowed 4 losses, Michael, that means you're going to have to sweep at least 2 of them and then and win this every series. And it's going to be very difficult to do. The Brewers are a good team coming in. Diamondbacks are going to have something to play for. And, of course, you got Toronto. Boston, a team you never beat. So it was going to be difficult to do. And those 2 losses, Michael, right? Not sweeping the 4-game series in Detroit and not sweeping the series of the stadium against the Tigers, I think officially killed them. Because they win those 2 games, Michael, they wouldn't be in good shape, but you can wrap your mind around it.
Right, like going into last night's game, you could hear in my voice during the show, I thought there was a very remote, but there was a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance.
Right.
And when I left the ballpark yesterday, I said, that's it. I really did. I mean, they still have a chance, but that's a game you have to win. Because, really, are you sweeping everybody? Are you sweeping everybody?
No, and all these teams except Pittsburgh and Kansas City need the games, so you're not even catching that kind of a break.
Now, what you should aim for, at least this weekend, past the Red Sox. Red Sox are playing the Orioles. So you're 2 games back in the loss column. At least even it up, and then have the 4 games mean something to get out of last place.
Get out of last place and try to finish above 500, which I think both are still very much in play.
You know what else is in play? Another Yankee with a soft tissue injury. Albert Abreu, hamstring, out on the IL. Nick Ramirez called back up. I can't even put a number to it. It just happens and happens and happens and happens. It's amazing. It's amazing.
It really is incredible. This is the year, because you could talk about injuries. They always have injuries, Michael. This is the first year they weren't able to overcome them. So, yeah, you can blame injuries, but listen, they've had injuries going back to Joe Girardi.
Yeah, the next man up, it's not working this year.
Oh, boy.
Those are Diamond Notes brought to you by London Jewelers, the engagement experts. Visit London Jewelers today at any of their 7 locations, including the newest location at the mall at Short Hills.
I got to ask you a question, and I want you to answer honestly.
Everything I say is honest.
He's never lied once that I could tell.
Is ENN on TV today?
No.
Wake up.
Use your brain.
Ray-Ro.
It's a 7 o'clock start. They're home.
I know. I knew it was
if they were in listen, if they were in Milwaukee.
They're not in Milwaukee.
They would be the first.
Imagine he asked me to be honest. Like I would lie about that and have him think he's on TV.
So
that is a good point. What a waste of a lie.
So,
yeah,
Don, what is
a lie big?
Don,
a great boss of mine once said, "Don't cheat small."
What does Milwaukee mean in Algonquin again?
It's Algonquin for the good land.
The good land. No, I'm aware. What I'm trying to convey here to the people is that they have about 39 minutes to arrange either on the ESPN New York app or on the Ray-Ro 98.7 so they can hear the very first Football Friday ENN of the year. You don't want to miss that.
Is this the one with the Fakakta announcer lineup?
You say
everyone's favorite Fakakta announcer.
Why don't you take the L on that?
I listen. Have I tried to manhandle him and say he can't do it? No. So I am taking the L by allowing it on the show.
Yeah, but what I want you to take the L is admit that you're in the minority, because you keep saying no.
No. I think if you ran it up the poll on X,
please.
most people despise it.
Run up the poll.
Not only that, he just said he's honest on, and here he is lying, because you hear the many weeks when he clearly enjoys it and is having fun.
No. You know why? Pro. You can say a lot of things about me. I'm a pro.
And listen, and Danny from Long Island doesn't like a lot of things, and I don't think he's got any love for Peter, and he loves.
Well, he's come around on me a lot.
He has, but not to the point where he is going to lie and say he likes something that you invented.
I agree.
He didn't really
Just
like it.
Sure.
It's the worst radio vehicle on radio.
I
mean, and that's every station on the dial.
You don't listen to what's going on other places.
Holy crap.
I got news for you.
Well, you know what? I love you, so I'll make the best of it. It's just a waste.
I think that's just something you say. I honestly, and I'm not saying it's just for radio and everything. I know we're up against it. You don't love Peter.
No,
I think
I do
you tolerate
love Peter.
I think you like him.
No,
I think
let me tell you why. Like,
you don't love him.
If I got a call tonight, Peter died. I would be weeping uncontrollably.
But so that's your standard on whether you love somebody?
There's some people I get that call that I have an acquaintance with. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't.
Michael,
I wouldn't cry.
You were almost in tears about how old Bruce Springsteen got. Don't judge that. As you said, you cried at the closing of a Grand Union.
I love Bruce Springsteen.
I mean, if he treated my passing the way he did Bruce's, I'd feel good about that.
Sometimes I think you're garbage, Michael. He doesn't, Pete, I'm just telling you, as a friend, he doesn't love you.
Like, if I had that phone call about Pusick, I mean, I'd be upset, but I don't think there would be tears. I don't love Anthony yet.
Your plans wouldn't change.
Right. If I was going to go to White Castle, I'd go to White Castle.
I wouldn't expect you to go.
You wouldn't expect me to go to White Castle?
No, not White Castle.
When was the last time you set foot in a White Castle?
I love White Castle.
Oh, White Castle's amazing.
Because you've got taste buds. Everybody loves White Castle.
Well,
you want your body to be able to survive the next day.
You know what? This is Don. So This is complex.
Oh no.
No, this is what I'm going to say right. What I'm going to say right here is complicated. I love White Castle, but I can't agree with your take that everybody with taste buds likes it. It's a unique sort of thing.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not.
It really is.
I think
really
the human
is.
body was built to love it.
It's. I'm sorry. I could see a good person with good taste hating it.
No, well, no.
Well, then you know what? They're not an American.
It's not Taco Bell.
I'm not going to make it patriotic. I'm just saying that.
I think it's patriotic.
Hey, guys. This is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
With Uber Reserve, good things come to those who plan ahead. Family vacay? Reserve your ride as soon as you book your flights. Big meeting? Scheduled. Next step, reserve your ride in advance. Tickets to the show? Got them. Reserve your ride there in advance too. To all the planner friends, now you can reserve your Uber ride up to 90 days in advance. Uber Reserve. See Uber app for details.
You can cross your fingers and all your toes during a data center migration. You can knock on wood, pluck a dozen four-leaf clovers, or look to your lucky stars for a successful office expansion. You could hold your breath, shut your eyes, and say all the well wishes to help avoid cyber attacks. But none of that truly helps you. Because next level moments need the next level network. With the security, reliability, and expertise to take your business further. AT&T Business, the network you can rely on.
Thanks for listening to the Michael K. Show podcast.
Hey, buddy, hey.
Catch the show on demand wherever you want. Just subscribe to us wherever you get your podcasts.
I just want to tell you a quick broadcaster story. I don't know if Don has ever come across this. So Brian Anderson is the broadcaster for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Right.
Also does the National League Championship Series on TNT.
Basketball, terrific job.
Does basketball, terrific. Golf, he's great. Whenever the Yankees play Milwaukee, he sends me like 6 pages in his own writing. Like, he didn't take it off a stat sheet of a scouting report on the Brewers.
That's nice of him.
For no reason other than that he's one of the nicest people in the world. I'd say that in the list of broadcasters that are nice people, there's Breen first, Anderson a very close second.
Well, I have a question. Does Breen do the same for the Knicks opponents?
I don't know. I'm not a basketball announcer.
Then I got to tell you, if he doesn't do at least that, I don't know that he can be ahead of Anderson.
Yeah, but there's other things. He's so giving and lovely, so there's other ways to be the best person too.
I will tell you, I'm a big fan
of Mike Breen or
That's right.
Brian Anderson.
I don't know Brian Anderson, though I think he's a hell of a
He's really a terrific guy.
I believe it.
So I mean, when you watch something that Brian Anderson's doing, and then when you listen to the games this weekend or watch the games on Yes, and you go, wow, it's like Kay's been announcing the Brewers all year. Nowhere I got my info.
Pete Weber does that for me.
Who?
Pete Weber's the Predators.
The bowling guy?
No.
He's a hell of a bowler, though.
But Pete Weber's been involved forever. He's the Nashville Predators announcer. He used to be the Bills announcer. He's the one that said with Norwood, he can hit the shot. He can hit the shot heard around the world now. And unfortunately Norwood missed. But he will send me a bunch of notes. It's rare. But the people that do it are usually salt of the earth.
Oh, salt of the earth. I've never, ever sent a note to anybody. Now, if people ask me, what do you got on the Yankees, I'll sit down and talk to them. I'm not going to, expend lactic acid by, typing. Just won't do it.
Okay.
Like Don has time to, read the Encyclopedia Britannica. I don't have time in my day.
A lot of people don't know this. Over the summer, Don actually finished 25 Hardy Boys books.
No way. No. And next up, Nancy Drew?
Yeah, he went on a tear.
I do not read fiction.
We got the Jets and the Bills coming up on Monday, and believe me, we're going to give really a lot of breakdown to the Jets and Bills, but we figure, hey, it's Monday. We have a show Monday. But we are going to give you an opportunity to go. So, Don, how many games do you think the Jets are going to win this year?
What did I have my win-loss-win game? 11?
All right. So here's your chance to score a pair of tickets to see your New York Jets take on the Buffalo Bills in the season opener on Monday Night Football. Be caller number 11.
How about that?
Right now at 888-987-ESPN, and you will score a pair of tickets. You'll be in that building. You'll be in Jet Life. Brought to you by the New York Jets. Jets football is back. Be there for the biggest matchups of the season when the Jets take on the Bills, the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Chargers, and more. Lock in your seats at nyjets.com/tickets. Little bit of, I haven't told you guys this. Jets-Chiefs is a Sunday night game.
And you're going?
I think I'm going to go.
When is it?
On a Sunday.
I think he knew that.
Yes.
I think it's 5 weeks from now.
Interesting.
You want to go with me? I'll pick you up.
No, I'm good. I only go to Commanders games if I can control it, and even then I go to one or two, although they play here a couple times this year. So they play the Jets here and the Giants here.
Let's go to Paul in New Jersey. Paulie.
There he is.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good. What's up?
How you doing?
Good. I want to talk to you about the New York Jets and New York Jets franchise.
Okay.
So there's been a lot of talk about Aaron Rodgers, Zach Wilson, Robert Saleh, the Jets, and the franchise in total. But amongst all the talk, what do you guys think about the statement? Aaron Rodgers is the Band-Aid on the wound of the New York Jets' dysfunctional franchise. What do you think about that?
That was quite a road to get to that.
Well, it's a negative way of saying, I think, a factual statement, right? The wound that was created by the drafting of Zach Wilson has been bandaged by Aaron Rodgers. But Band-Aid, he's better than a Band-Aid. I mean, you could say that it's been surgically repaired, the hole that Zach created, but he said it in a negative way, but it's kind of accurate, no?
Yeah, I mean, he presented it like he just split the atom.
Well, listen, I got to tell you, weed's a hell of a thing. You know, when
right.
you smoke
Especially
it,
these days.
and listen, I only tried it once, and it wasn't for me. But it to some people, it expands the mind, and in case of the caller, narrows it. But there's no question that guy that called was high. He had the munchies.
You think
he was
so?
on hold for a while. I would bet my life on the fact that he was stoned.
Wow,
and
drugs must be great.
And he was eating, Peter, he had the munchies because he was on hold for a while. And the way he tried to articulate the statement can only come from somebody that is stoned out of his mind. And good for him, man. It's legal. You got to enjoy yourself.
As long as you're responsible.
That's right.
Let me ask you a question, Peter, because you're a civil liberties guy.
Yeah, sure I am.
All right, so, pot is legal now, right? Marijuana is legal. You think it's right that you can stink up public places and smoke it and bother people that might not want that smell?
Where the hell do you do that?
It happens all the time. They say the U.S. Open at Louis Armstrong Stadium, it's like it's a pot den.
You're still breaking the law when you do that.
Well,
I don't know. Are you? I'm not familiar.
You're not allowed to smoke indoors.
No, outdoors. Outdoors.
No, you're still not. You smoke. You cannot smoke on the grounds of the U.S. Open.
No. So I talked to Pablo Torre this week, who has a new podcast. Pablo Torre finds out. He went to go research what was going on over there.
So what did he find out?
That outside of Court 17, where the most complaining is happening, it happens to be like right where all of the employees park, and there are benches and stuff, and it's just getting wafted in from that area. Do I think it's I don't know. Sometimes I think it's a bit much, the amount of smoke that there is. It seems like I don't love it. I think it's a bit
because
much.
If you think about it, you can't smoke indoors, right? So the fact cigarette smoke annoys people. So why wouldn't pot smoke with the smell added to it?
I think it smells like it's got a unique smell to it, but it could be very overpowering. But you know what I love about the weed guys? This is going back to when I was a kid, Peter, like my high school days. It's amazing. Like I don't know if it's a negative or a positive. Just their attitude that they think that rubbing leaves on their fingers and throwing asserts is going to make them not smell like pot. It really just shows you that how optimistic they are about the world.
How about Anthony
they
Greek?
Think that would be enough.
Anthony Greek said that he walked his 7-year-old 3 blocks to an MSG wrestling show, and the kid told him he had the munchies by the time they got there.
Let's be honest. That part of town, you're lucky if it's just weed smoke. If you don't, you might end up by the time you get to 8th Avenue, you might be on heroin.
I think they're filming Breaking Bad 2 in that area.
It's oh my God. No, it's really when you actually go from Don. The real thing is if you park like west of 9th Avenue and you have to walk like 8th to 10th on those cross streets, there's a lot of things happen.
So do you think it's right then? That's all over the city now?
I mean, I don't know. No, I don't love it. I do not love it. It's sort of an evil that I am not surprised by. I would hope that over time people sort of calm down. It feels like it's this brand new thing and everyone just has to be doing it constantly. Like at some point people will chill out, but knowing the way things are, that won't happen. It'll be like this forever.
I love the way you said it. I love everything about you, and I love you.
Because I agreed with you. If I said get over it, geezer, you wouldn't have loved me.
Well, I'm used to that answer from you.
This episode is brought to you by HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Kickstart the fall season with some fresh new meals from HelloFresh. They handle the meal planning and the shopping, delivering seasonal recipes and farm-fresh produce straight to your home. And you know it's fresh since it travels from the farm to your door in less than 7 days. Plus, they have something for pretty much everyone, even the pickiest of eaters. With 40 recipes and over 100 add-ons to choose from every week, you can pick whatever works best. They have vegetarian options, fit and wholesome recipes, and even 15-minute meals for those nights when you just need to get something on the table quick. Keep everyone, including you, happy and satisfied. Go to HelloFresh.com/50listen and use the code 50listen for 50% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/50listen with the promo code 50listen.
Sergeant and Mrs. Smith, you're going to love this house.
Is that a tub in the kitchen? There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do, USAA Homeowners Insurance can help protect it the right way. Restrictions apply.
This episode is brought to you by Peloton. Getting fit starts with good intentions, but following through is tough. With Peloton, stick to your goals with guided classes in stretching, walking, strength training, meditation, and more. Wondering if it's worth your money? Well, the app is free. It's fitness for everyone. It's Peloton. Download the free Peloton app today. Peloton app available through free tier paid subscription. Paid membership starts at $12.99 per month.
Thanks for listening to the Michael K. Show podcast.
Well, that's awesome.
Looking for more access to the show?
That's right, man.
Check us out on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at TMKS ESPN. These
Pick up football.
Pick up football are the Michael K. Show.
Pick 'em.
Pro picks.
Three.
Well, a lot of the picks are in already. I lost my one-pointer. I had the Chiefs last night. Don won his three-pointer. He had the Lions. Peter won his two-pointer. He had the Lions. Peter has already selected, but we'll get his reasoning, the Commanders for his three-pointer. He also has a one-pointer to give. Don has a 2 and a 1. I have a 3 and a 2. And we're going to go in order of the finish last year. So Peter, who won the championship, will go first. Peter, please.
Thank you.
Because you are the champion, my friend.
I appreciate it. Much like the great Freddie Mercury, I am sitting on my 2 points thanks to the Detroit Lions, who were fantastic like last night. I will start with my 1 point play. Guys, it's week 1, okay? We can all pretend to know a lot of things, but the bottom line is week 1 involves a lot of hunches, hoping things look in the game like they feel on paper. And I talked about the fact that I was bullish on the Lions. Also said I'm going with the Commanders, who I know better than anyone. It's for that same reason that I am going to be a homer this week and go with your New York Jets.
Wow.
To cover the points on Monday night against Buffalo. I know this is crazy.
It's crazy.
Picture a moment like that. National television, Monday Night Football, the debut of Aaron Rodgers as a Jet. They don't just cover the points. They win week 1.
Wow.
I don't know what this season is going to turn out to be.
Look at you.
But I love this team defensively. And honestly, I still believe in Aaron Rodgers. Will he be the MVP caliber Aaron Rodgers that Dan Orlovsky promises? I don't know. But he's going to be Aaron Rodgers. And they're going to win on Monday night. That's my 1 point play. I said it earlier. I'll give it to you again. The Commanders now have a fully healthy Terry McLaurin, it seems. Chase Young still questionable. Arizona is awful. The FedEx Field is sold out for the first time in years. Everyone is there to celebrate a new era in Washington, and they will not allow it to feel like the old era. Big day for the kid, Sam Howell. Commanders win by a couple of touchdowns. That's my 3 point play.
All right, here we go. My 2 point play, I am going to go with the Seahawks giving 5. The Rams are awful. I don't know if you know this. They're awful, and Seattle played very well last year. When Seattle's openers at home, the Seahawks have won 8 straight up and 6-2 against the spread since 2000. They have one of the great home field advantages. And as for the Rams, they've lost 7 straight road games straight up entering the season, and that is the longest streak in the NFL. So I think the Rams are going to really struggle this year. Cooper Kupp is out. That's the main weapon, obviously, for them offensively. For Stafford, I'm going to take the Seahawks and hope that Geno Smith has some of that magic from last year. That's my 2 point play. The 3 point play, I'm going to take the Communists. The Communists giving 7 to the Cardinals. Cardinals are bad. Cardinals are really tanking for Caleb Williams. They have the lowest win total in Vegas, over-under, at 4.5. That's their lowest win total since 1992, which was also 4.5. They're a bad team. And this is a team that the Commanders should take advantage of. I don't love the Commanders. I'm not Peter. I'm not a hack. But I do love this. I think the point's a little bit high because you never know what's going to happen in the opener, as Peter said, because they don't play much during exhibition games, preseason games. But you got to be able to, after they travel all the way to Washington, D.C., a new regime, a packed house, you got to show. And I think they're going to show to the point that they probably win by 10. So that's my 3 point pick. Commanders giving 7. My 2 point pick is the Seahawks giving 5, and I lost my 1 point pick, Kansas City giving 4.5.
So, Don, if you're paying attention, so far, Michael has gone 0 for 1, then he's taken my Commanders, and then he stole Fortenbaugh's pick. Go ahead, you're up.
All right, well, I agree with both of you.
Oh, boy.
I agree with Peter with my 1 point play. I like the Jets getting 2.5 at home. Aaron Rodgers, 6-0 against the spread in home openers over the last 6, 5-0-1 overall in those games, and I just think that it's time. The Jets won at MetLife against Buffalo last year, and the Jets are much better. And the best you could say is the Bills are the same, still an outstanding team, but the Jets are better, and I think the Jets win the game outright, certainly cover The 2.5 is my 1-point play. And I agree with Michael for the 2-point play. I think the Rams are going to be awful. No Cooper Kupp. Seahawks have covered 4 straight home openers overall. And it's 5 points. So I like the Seahawks. I don't know if Geno Smith's going to be as good as he was last year. If I had to bet, I'd say he's not, but he's not going to have to be against what I think is going to be a really tough season for the Los Angeles Rams. So the Seahawks cover the 5, the Jets cover the 2.5. Seahawks my 2-point play, the Jets my 1.
Wow, so you were going to be dialed in, rooting for the Cardinals on Sunday.
But think about this, Peter. How he's just relaxing now. He doesn't have to worry again until Monday.
Yeah,
he has his 3-point pick in his pocket. Yep. He also he's operating under the assumption over the last 5 years he finished last 4 times. If you believe in Dew, he's got to break out of it.
Yeah, he's luxuriating this weekend.
And I finished first 3 times, and Peter's finished first twice, including the defending champion.
But I've been the gold standard for a long time.
Nah, not really. Anyway, Don, you had one job today.
Definitely.
You had one job today, and I'm sure you didn't do it because you're busy reading books. You were going to get Aaron Boone's pick. You didn't do it, did you?
I didn't think to do it, no.
Yeah.
Well,
it wasn't because I wasn't busy. It just never occurred to me.
Because you're too busy.
Probably a little too close to game time, right?
I mean, at this point,
the tarp's on the field. I think he's luxuriating in his office right now. Might be watching the show.
Okay.
Yeah, but also, doesn't he normally do Thursday picks? It's too late.
You know what? Excellent point by you.
It's one of the best.
We'll start it off on Monday because it's the Jets. I'll just ask him, would you like to make a pick for...
He loves his Eagles. I'm sure he'll take his Eagles on Sunday.
Well, I will tell you, it's not Aaron Boone, but I do have Incarcerated Bob's picks. If you're interested.
Let's hear
it. Incarcerated is going with the Washington Commanders.
Like us.
He said he said 6.5, but even if it's 7.5, he takes it. The Browns at plus 2.5, and the Jets as well.
Browns a savvy pick.
I like the Browns. I mean, listen, there's no reason to think the Browns won't compete. It's sort of a toss-up game. I don't hate that pick.
All right.
Well, I want to tell you that Football Fridays on 98.7 ESPN is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Now here's what I sent to the manager of your New York Yankees. Would you like to make a pick for Monday night? Jets plus 2.5. We will do Thursday the rest of the year if interested.
And you haven't heard back, have you?
I just texted.
Well, I mean, he's very, very buttoned up.
Michael, I'm telling you, I'm not like within 30 seconds. If he responded that quickly,
then you're actually going to say he's not putting enough time into the team. That's how you would spin it.
I don't insinuate that stuff. I don't say things like that. If I don't think he's doing the work, I'll say it.
He doesn't. Don doesn't do these things in a vacuum.
Yeah, we don't insinuate on the air. We actually just tell the tale.
You know what happened in 1982, Don?
1982.
On this day in 1982.
41 years ago. So,
yeah.
If it were a day.
September 8th, 1982. You know what? Because they started the season earlier, and it was week 2. Was this the day that they shut down football for the strike?
Oh, you're unbelievable. No, it was when Mattingly made his major league debut as a defensive replacement for Ken Griffey Sr. in left field.
But you like the work I put in there.
I did. I mean, you really broke it down for the people. Incorrectly, but you did break it down for the people.
Well, no, it could have been. I don't know. I bet you it was around this date. I'm going to find out right now.
Now, ENN is a must listen on 98.7.
Ray-Ro.
We're going to say goodbye to Yes.
Right now?
Wake up, Flip.
Well, in 15
NFL.
seconds, because they got the BP show. Then they got the pregame show. Then they have the Yankees and the Brewers.
Please don't go.
Just 22 games remaining. But I'll see you later on Yes, but I'm going to be right here for ENN. Bye, Yes.
Bye, Yes.
See ya. But I know you've got a great ENN plan, right, Pete?
Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Any answer yet, Don?
No, that's it. The answer was yes. It's going to be a great E.
No, Don, with
I haven't got
the
anything
manager's picks.
from Aaron Boone yet, and it was Monday, September 20th was the last.
You know
one
what? That's
before
not that
strike.
far. I mean, you were right on point. You're a genius is what you are. This is what the reading does for you.
It was a Monday game against the Packers. I remember there was a blackout that night. My father was working at PSE&G.
Was he a reason for the blackout at PSE&G?
No, but he was there to fix it.
Did he?
Yeah, the lights came back on at some point.
Beautiful.
Thanks for listening to the Michael K. Show podcast. Hear more of Michael, Don, and Peter live weekday afternoon starting at 3 on 98.7 ESPN in New York, the ESPN app, the TuneIn app, or on your smart speaker.
Hey Alexa, play 98.7 ESPN.
NFL Sunday Ticket is now on YouTube and YouTube TV, which means that you can stay close to your team even if you don't live in their town. Like, maybe you're a Raven who married a Seahawk who got a job in the land of the Falcons. With NFL Sunday Ticket, you can watch your team's out-of-market Sunday afternoon games no matter where you live, because you shouldn't have to change teams even if you change towns. NFL Sunday Ticket, now on YouTube and YouTube TV. Go to youtube.com/presale to get $50 off.
Terms and embargoes apply. Offer ends 9/19. No refund. Subscription auto renews.
It's a Football Friday with the Michael K. Show, presented by Nissan and Bet365.
This is an ENN special report. Now reporting.
The very handsome Jewish man, Peter Rosenberg.
ENN's at 6.
When the clock struck 6, it meant one thing.
Now, from the ESPN New York news desk, here's
Rosenbaum or whatever that guy's name is.
No wonder your show is number one.
Hey everyone, welcome to ENN.
Ray Rowe.
Football Fridays on this ENN on 98.7 ESPN is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I'd like to start off this great ENN by saying good evening to Michael.
Ooey gooey, sticky, whatever.
I'd like to say good evening to Michael.
Let's go to Thomas in Buffalo. He thinks I'm a dolt. He did.
Let's go to Don.
You sleep like you took the Michael Jackson drug.
And good evening to Don.
I know I'm limited.
And good evening to Don.
Call me stupid, ignorant, whatever.
And lastly to myself. Yeah, I'm with Don, and also I don't care. And good evening to myself. By the time you get to 8th Avenue, you might be on heroin. A lot of things have been said today, don't you think?
Oh, my.
Now, I know how Don feels about audio. Big fan. Loves it. Especially when it comes from a coach. Like the head coach of the New York Jets, Robert Saleh. Let's get his thoughts.
I guess I look at it, if you can't keep our names out your mouth, it must mean we're doing something good. Now, with that said, we haven't done anything. We still got to win football games. And I mean, in the 2 years that we've been here, we've won 11 of them. But I do think we've done a really nice job. We've made a lot of progress, and we've positioned ourselves to have a good year. But we still got to go out and do it.
Sure. Okay.
A lot on the line for Robert Saleh this year, guys. A lot.
Job, maybe?
I would say Robert Saleh may have... No one has more pressure in this town this season than Robert Saleh. I mean, I guess you count Rodgers if you want, but I still think for Saleh.
From a coach's standpoint, right? I mean, I think it's an easy answer. I mean, Buck may be done. I don't know how much pressure he's feeling at this particular moment. Michael mentioned that Aaron Boone has this feeling of almost euphoria, like chill, like he knows whatever his fate's going to be has already been decided.
Well, he's a religious man.
Negative.
He's a religious man. He sees whatever happens.
Dable's not going anywhere. I mean, the three local hockey teams I think are kind of set. And
you think Laviolette's good?
Well, he just got the job.
That's what I mean. I was being facetious.
Well, no, from a pressure standpoint, I think Robert Saleh realizes that if this team misses the playoffs, he's more than likely gone, right? Unless Rodgers got hurt.
He still might be gone.
Yeah, it's true.
You'd have been proud of me yesterday. Was it yesterday or Wednesday? I had a long talk with Larry Brooks about hockey. No kidding.
And just general...
Yeah, just why Laviolette was he the right pick and, what went wrong. This and that. He's very giving with his time and obviously knows hockey better than anybody.
I've always found that to be he's a really good guy to have a conversation with. He's not always conversational, but when he is, you're better for it.
You know what? I'm better for it.
My name come up at all?
No, not a bit.
I didn't think so.
Michael loves to be the guy who runs into someone who you might have a relationship with and not mention. He gets a pleasure.
Why do you make me out to be some lunatic? Why would
I don't know.
Make me happy?
We ask that all the time.
Because Don isn't his answer always not a bit, not a word?
Yeah, it's not like no, you didn't come up. It's like no, not a bit. And the reason I asked is because Michael would have asked if things were reversed. If I ran into Jim Cott, let's say, he would say, "Was I mentioned at all in the conversation?" And what would my response be, Peter?
Invariably, your answer would be yes, of course.
How would you want me to squeeze it in?
No, I didn't. I'm not upset. I was just kind of curious.
Ask me again.
Well, real quick, I got to ask a question here. Don, help me out here. I get lit up every time my delightful Starbucks oat milk latte thing rattles any ice.
Right.
Michael, it sounds like you've been guzzling for minutes. What's going on over there?
Guzzling what? I'm having tea. I'm not guzzling. You can't guzzle hot tea.
I know, but you can. It's audible.
It's multiple times audible. You'd agree, right, Tom?
Well, you know what? If that, in fact, is the case, I apologize because I'm a professional. I wouldn't rattle ice like you on purpose.
You know what? Yeah. I want to get the sound. If you could pull those sounds, Anthony. It was
pull the sound.
It's excuse me.
Very nice.
It was the sound. It was the sound of profuse slurping.
Oh. Hey, did you see the number the audience that last night's game got?
No, I didn't look.
I'd go somewhere between 3 and 4 billion people tuned in. Most of the planet.
No, give me a guess. How many people do you think
local
watched?
or national?
National.
Because Don and I spoke some about local. I'd say nationally a cool 17 million.
Yeah, I was going to say 18.
You were going to say 18. You say 17. 26.8 million.
No, stop it.
Up 24% over Bills-Rams in the kickoff game last year, which was 21.7. And if you think the NFL is valuable as a TV property, now, Peter, they have no shows because of the SAG-AFTRA strike. There's nothing. They have nothing to show new. Nothing. This is like platinum gold. If the NFL said, by the way, we're doubling the rights fee, they jump at it.
Now, we haven't yet entered the. Let me already push back on one part. We have not yet entered the time in which there's no new shows yet.
Oh yeah, we have.
No,
well, because this would be the fall schedule now.
But there is fall schedule. There is stuff.
Yeah, but it's not new. It's anything new is like Survivor and something that's not written.
No, I mean, but that can't be right. Morning show launches like next week.
Well, that stuff. Well, okay, that stuff that was already in the can. You're right, but in terms of like they have not had full seasons put together of like situation comedies or hour-long procedurals. They just don't.
No, there's not going to be anything on over-the-air television, anything scripted This is a little early. They wait till maybe later in September. But they usually do all of their filming in June, July, and August, and then they air it like in the middle of September. There's not going to be anything to air.
No, I'll be honest with you guys. I haven't been out there to protest with our SAG-AFTRA brethren, but I'll tell you, I'm one of the best honkers in the business.
What does that mean?
When I drive by the protests, my honking and riling them up, I'm big. Oh, I'm in it. They can sense it. They can feel the brethren camaraderie.
Where is the picket line?
Well, they vary, but there's one I always see on 10th Avenue at I forget which building it is, like which TV building it is. But on 10th Ave.
Well, 10th Avenue would be CBS, right?
But no, it's not up there. It's more like Hudson Yard. It's not. Oh. I know what you're thinking of the CBS Viacom in the 50s. This is lower. But yeah, they said they feel my honks. Let's listen, Don, to let's hear if Michael's slurp was as audible as I thought it was.
No.
It's a strange gurgle. And there was another one, by the way. That's only one of your gurgles.
And I got a sense you enjoyed the sip.
I love a good cup of Bigelow tea.
Yeah, well, do you know that they're the official tea of Michael Kay, Joe Torre, everybody else?
And the Yankees. Yeah.
That's right. Let's hear from Aaron Rodgers right here. His emotions leading into this Jets debut.
Oh, a lot of tears, a lot of sobbing, probably. No, I mean, I'm going to be good. I'm going to be excited. Be excited to be out there with the crowd, see the crowd out there early, hopefully, get all the jitters out of the way probably in pregame and go out and just try and execute.
Now, I'm not going to go into detail on this because I do not want to get yelled at by Anthony or the pinhead suits. And we did not make much mention of it this week, so there's no need to go into it too much right now. But I did find it interesting that after his perfectly quiet, apolitical summer, he did last week go with the glaring vax statement on his Instagram story.
About no vax.
Yeah.
Djokovic.
In his support of
well, he explained it. I think he explained it today or yesterday. No, I was just lighthearted. He said, I just found, his explanation was, I just found that somebody who was in such phenomenal shape would not be let into the country because he didn't take a vaccine.
And by the way, I could tell it was in fun. I mean, it was sort of funny that Djokovic was playing in front of a Moderna sign. So I get the idea.
Yeah, but he's got to pump the brakes on that. So there's a Moderna sign in the picture that he took. He's working for Johnson & Johnson.
That is a fair point by you.
So let's see if he crosses that part of the highway.
All right. But I wonder if he was motivated by it being the competition.
What do you mean?
Like it wasn't a Johnson & Johnson.
Oh, it was a Moderna. It was a Moderna shot.
Well, the Johnson & Johnson was probably the bronze medal shot, right?
No, I totally disagree. For me, it was the gold.
Really?
I'm a J&J guy through and through.
No, I wasn't.
I wanted the one hitter quitter. That was me. I'll tell you, I'm one of the best honkers in the business. You know what, Don? I think there's some sneaky legs on that.
We're going to hear from that one again. That's for sure.
Also, it sounds like you're saying hawkers, not honkers.
Well, I think it sounds like honkers, which feels like Don. It feels like a double meaning. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
I'll tell you, I'm one of the best honkers in the business. Natalie would agree. I'm sorry. Let's hear from Randall Cobb.
Can I join?
A. Rodgers' best buddy. He says, let's get his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers and him being together on a new team. This was with DiPietro and Rothenberg.
For sure, no doubt. Like this is huge. I mean, just for him to have the opportunity. 18 years, like you said, is a long time in one place, and just to be in a different place and be reinvigorated by being in a different situation, in a different building with different people, and in a different city. You can see that he's enjoying his time here, and he make his way around and check out all the different sporting events and shows, and just having a great time, and also continue to do what he does on the football field.
With Uber Reserve, good things come to those who plan ahead. Family vacay? Reserve your ride as soon as you book your flights. Big meeting? Scheduled. Next step? Reserve your ride in advance. Tickets to the show? Got 'em. Reserve your ride there in advance too. To all the planner friends, now you can reserve your Uber ride up to 90 days in advance. Uber Reserve. See Uber app for details.
Guys, I'm tired of waiting. I won't wait. It's time
Love it.
now for your Week 1
Please,
2023 NFL announcer lineup. Don, you ready?
Luxuriating in it.
Take your shirt off. Enjoy yourself. We'll start out in a game that Michael certainly does care about, and that is Houston at Baltimore. The Ravens big.
Why do I care about that?
Well, you kept saying all day how much.
If I had another pick, I would take Houston with the 10.
And you've been really kind of trying to ride the. You didn't have the cojones to go with Houston, Michael, but you talked them up all week.
Imagine that. I didn't have the cojones, and I didn't even vape.
Oh, I got you.
You got to listen to every show during the week.
You do. It's full circle.
Yeah, it gets all tied together.
Houston at Baltimore. It's 1 p.m. It's CBS. It's Spiro Didi's.
My heart is always at the Jersey Shore.
He'll be joined by Adam Archuleta.
Adam Golden Archuleta.
And Aditi Kikwabala, who we need to drop from Aditi this year. We head over to Cleveland. Cincy, the Bengals, and the Browns, an AFC North crash.
This has to be a big crew. This almost smells like an Iron Eagle. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. For an AFC North clash like this, you bring in Mr. Eagle.
Yeah.
In the sauce.
Joined by Charles Davis and Evan Washburn.
The lobby is bustling. There is an energy here.
Best hair in the business.
We stay with CBS, but we head over to Minnesota for an NFC game. There's no method to the madness anymore. It's Tampa. It's Minnesota. It's a somewhat repug game, and it's Andrew.
I love Minnesota in this game.
It's Andrew Catalan on the call.
Going up high and bringing it down for 6.
Joined by former Giant, current Giant, future Raven, Tiki Barber, Matt Ryan, and A.J. Ross. The debut of Matt Ryan in the booth, huh?
How about that?
What, so it's Matt and Tiki?
That's right.
They have 3 guys in the booth?
They're going with a triple. Andrew on the lead, and then they're bringing in Tiki and Matt Ryan.
And who's the third name?
A.J. Ross on the sideline.
Yeah, we're not allowed, Don. We can't have a Tiki drop.
Okay.
I'm sure we could. We could definitely have a Tiki drop.
Not allowed. I won't allow it.
Let's stay with CBS. Let's go to New Orleans. The Tennessee Titans against the Saints. Chris Lewis on the call.
Never heard of him.
Me neither.
That's why you don't have a drop.
Joined by Jason McCourty.
Oh, he's going to be a star.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he your preferred McCourty?
No, I love both McCourtys equally.
Ross Tucker and Amanda Guerra also on the call.
So they got a lot of 3-man booths, which tell me, Don and Peter, they don't know who to choose.
Yeah, they're not sure yet.
They're not sure. These are tryout years.
These is a tryout year for CBS, what it's sounding like. But let's move over to Fox, where everything's as it should be. We're in Atlanta. The Panthers and the Falcons. 1 p.m. on Fox. Chris Myers on the call.
I have Chris Myers.
He'll be joined by Robert Smith and Jen Hale. We move over to Indianapolis. Oh, Don. You smell that?
Yeah, I do.
It's a Thursday night special on a Sunday. The Jaguars and the Colts on Fox. And it's also the smell of sweet, sweet Kenny Albert. You okay, Dave? He'll be joined by Jonathan Vilma and Shannon Spake. We move over to Pittsburgh, a classic matchup. The 49ers, slight favorites in Pittsburgh against Big Ken Pickett and the Steelers. 1 p.m. on Fox. Nice. Big Joe Davis on the call.
I'm sorry, that's too sexy for a 1.
It is sexy. You know what? It is sexy for a 1. And with all due respect, it's a pretty big game for this crew.
Well, wait. Joe Davis, isn't he number 2 now on Fox?
Is he now the number 2, Don?
I think he might be number 2.
Oh, no, he is. You know how I know?
How?
Because he's joined by Daryl Moose Johnston and Pam Oliver.
Hey,
Now, this game right here, I'll be locked in. And I could have probably told you who it was going to be. It's Arizona, okay? It's Washington. It's at FedEx Field. It's sold out. It is a celebration of 25 years at FedEx Field, which from what I've been told really just amounts to a celebration of 25 years out the window with Dan Snyder. It'll be raucous, and for a game like that, you bring in Adam Amin.
Now stands erect.
And Amin will be joined by Mark Schlereth and Christina Pink. And you know what that means?
Pink.
That's
Stinking
right.
Pink. Now, will there be raw sewage at the game just to honor the previous 25 years?
They're going to pour sewage on the entire 100 level.
Like, are you celebrating the 25th anniversary of the building, or like celebrating that it didn't fall between the open and 25 years?
Well,
it survived 25 years.
I believe it is honestly like an ironic celebration of some sort. And the question is, do they honor the stadium, Don, by allowing sewage to pour on the fans? Or do they go and just have an entire section fall over where people fall out of the crowd instead? You have so many different options at FedEx Field. We go to the 4 o'clock games, and we go to Denver. Denver and the Raiders. Tom McCarthy on the call.
Love Tom.
Not good that he hit a home run, but I was able to catch it.
Joined by James Lofton, Jay Feely, and new name for me at least, Tiffany Blackman. 4:25 on CBS. The LA Chargers hosting the Dolphins, and
that's a sexy game.
Danny from Long Island's favorite, Kevin Harlan, on the call.
And it will not be a good night.
Joined by Trent Green and Melanie Collins. We head over to New England. God, I can't tell. Guys, is this a weird A-team game? The Patriots and the Eagles at 4:25?
Is that in New England or Philly?
That's in New England.
Yeah. No, I mean, Nance, I think he has an apartment in New England. He and Kraft are very close.
By the way, speaking of apartments, all eyes on Bill Belichick's apartment. Will his girlfriend be there or not? The Eagles and the Patriots. Jim Nance on the call.
Hello, Freds.
He'll be joined by Tony Romo and Tracy Wolfson.
No drop for Romo.
No clip for Romo?
I'm so nervous.
No, too late.
They're trying to speed me along. Chicago, the Packers and Bears, 4:25. Our friend Kevin Burkhardt on the call.
Keith, these are definitely not pumpkins.
He'll be joined by...
Wait a minute. That's the number one game?
Yeah, we talked about this when I was on with Dan.
Ridiculous.
That is strange.
How are you not putting 49ers Steelers at 4:25? Bears Packers. Oh, I know it's a rivalry that goes back a long ways, but Fields versus
You're
Love.
wasting Kevin Burkhardt's time.
No, and not only that, the future legend Aaron Andrews has to be on this filth.
All right, old man, I can joke with you about that.
Kevin Burkhardt, Greg Olsen, and Aaron Andrews in Chicago.
How about that?
I mean, you might even prefer this game. Nah, maybe not. The other 4:25 game, the Rams and the Seahawks in Seattle. 4:25 on Fox. Kevin Kugler on the call. He'll be joined by Mark Sanchez. And Laura Oakman takes us to the Sunday Nighter. You guys already know we'll all be locked in. The Giants hosting the Cowboys. The Cowboys with an insane streak. Dak Prescott, has he ever lost to the Giants? 10 straight? It's insane.
He lost at the beginning.
8:20 on NBC. Mike Tirico on the call.
They still seem to resonate.
There are 3 teams.
A Tirico Dom, I'm all here for it. Chris Collinsworth.
I feel great.
and Melissa Stark. It takes us to the Monday Nighter. We got 2 options for you when the Bills take on the Jets. Of course, you should be listening right here on 98.7 ESPN. Pregame starts at 6:15, but you can watch on ESPN with Joe Buck.
I want you to love me.
He'll be joined by Troy Aikman.
Come on, Daddy.
And Lisa Salters. But, guys, there's also a Manning cast. That's right. ESPN2 has Peyton Manning and his brother, Eli.
Brian Dabo.
But who are the guests? Do we know who the guests are?
No, it's too early.
Incomplete announcer list.
Oh, come on. I think we don't get them until early on.
Yeah, we won't.
Well, you use your resources and get them.
They don't even know yet. So.
Yeah, exactly. How can you expect me to know when you know they don't even know? Anyways, that is your announcer lineup. I hope you guys enjoy the games on Sunday. Thank you very, very much.
I've heard from Aaron Boone.
Oh,
no way. Let me guess what he said. I'm going to pass.
No.
Really?
He texts JETS, Jets.
Wow, he's in lockstep with you two.
That's so he likes the Jets, but he did not answer whether he wants to do Thursdays. I just think we just text him on Thursdays and get his pick.
Now, speaking of the Jets and their big game against Buffalo, let's hear from Micah Hyde. Micah's thoughts on the great Garrett Wilson.
He's quick, super quick. Got a little speed to him. Young guy, and I was watching him from the sideline last year, and I was really impressed of how he's able to create space. He's a little twitchy. He can get open. So definitely for years to come, he's going to be one of the best receivers in the league.
Called a little twitchy.
Isn't that your rap name?
Little twitchy. Yep. Not little. Lil
Twitchy. That's what people call Michael. Let's hear from Dak Prescott.
He's got a lot of sound today, Don. After you said yesterday you hate sound.
No, he's making a statement.
Here's Dak. Well, this is an interesting one. This is Dak. This is Dak on the win streak versus the Giants.
I just want to keep on the streak, you know what I mean? Understand this is a good team. It's a different team. Almost every other couple years that we play them with the coaching changes they've had, but understanding what they did last year under Dayball with their offense, the progression, the defense, the players that they've added. That's a good team. Going to give them respect.
A big Dayball there.
Nobody ever gives Dayball respect.
Dayball.
Yeah, but listen to how bad Eli Manning's was. That has to be the record. Let's hear Eli again.
Brian Dabo.
Well,
Dabo Sweeney, right?
Yeah, it sounded like Dabo Sweeney.
Dable.
It's really tough.
Dable, like Table. By the way, you said something in passing, Peter.
Go ahead.
We're off the air. They're taking 8 minutes away from our show for Jet pregame?
They have to.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And it's probably not on Yes either.
What the F?
It's unfortunate, I know. But maybe, you guys can always come out and see us at the Sportsbook on Monday.
That's right.
We'll be out there at Fan Duel. Come hang out with us. That will do it for ENN on this Friday evening, the first week of the NFL season, our first Football Friday ENN. Enjoy, everyone.
All right, so we've got Dan Grossa coming up next, then Anita Marks with the weekend wager after Dan at 9 o'clock. So there's a lot of stuff going on. And then this weekend, we have the big show at 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday with Amani and Mike Tannenbaum and Anita Marks. So tune in for that. We've got it all covered. And then the Jets and the Bills on Monday. We're excited. We will have great NFL coverage all year. We have really been impressed with ourselves this week. We've put together 4 unbelievable shows.
I agree.
I mean, I think it's like the old days. We found our stride.
I really, really agree.
In the words of Billy Joel, life is a series of hellos and goodbyes. I'm afraid it's time for a goodbye again. See everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. And please, Daniel Craig.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Thanks for listening to the Michael K. Show podcast. Hear more of Michael, Don, and Peter live weekday afternoon starting at 3 on 98.7 ESPN in New York, the ESPN app, the TuneIn app, or on your smart speaker.
Hey, Alexa, play 98.7 ESPN.
Okay, that's going to do it for this episode of Extreme Makeover Sports Edition. Hope it's been life-affirming for some of you.
We'll check you later, homies.
Out in 6, 5, 4.
Straight out of New Haven, in fact. Roger Federer and Rafi Nadal. Thanks for having electricity.
You said Rafi, not Rafa.
Kenny,
Yeah, nice show.
we're going to redo the close one more time for the re-airs. You said Rafi, not Rafa.
I did?
Yep.
I'm sorry, team. This time, I'm going to try very hard.
Okay, everyone, back to 1.
Even for those of you who only used us for background during sex, thanks for watching SportsCenter.
Unless, of course, you were feeling us in Braille.
Yeah. Listen, coming up, the touching conclusion to the Pilot Pen. That's hardcore. That's a tune-up for the U.S. Open. We've got Roger Federer and Rafi. Okay. This is a great story. I know why I'm saying Rafi instead of Rafa.
Why?
Because my children love this singer named Rafi. It's way different than the Wiggles. And they love him, I love him, and it just naturally comes out of my mouth, Rafi.
How does Rafa feel emerging from your mouth?
Obviously it doesn't. I haven't really said that yet.
Say it.
Rafa?
How did that feel?
Not so good. It was kind of like an oral typo.
Okay, why don't you do me a favor and go with the oral typo just for me.
Thanks for watching. Coming right up, the finals of the Pilot Pen featuring none other than that splendid Spaniard, Rafa Nadal.
Federer, please say Federer.
Federer, also in the game. Hey, super good times being with you. Coming up, the Pilot Pen Championships that has Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal featuring Roger. I hope you enjoyed the puppet show. Coming up next on SportsCenter.
After SportsCenter. Oh my friend. You're my friend, Kenny.
Oh, I said like tennis match would be.
All right, Kenny, here's the deal.
Yeah.
No offense. We're going to have Scott do the close.
Sarah, I was just starting to get into a groove, okay?
Really?
Go ahead.
You could do it if you could do it, but at this point, you can't. That's it for SportsCenter. Coming up next, the Pilot Pen Tennis Championships featuring Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal. Oh my sweet dad! Son of a Kenny! I mean, if you can't do your job, that's one thing. But could you just sit there quietly so that we can all go home? Carol and I are having some major problems.
I can no longer speak English.
And what our counselor, Vikram, says most of our problems revolve around is how late I get home from work. So I just want to put that out there.
So, I guess I'm responsible for the death of your marriage?
Oh, not just that, but also the estrangement from my children. They hate me. They don't really know me because I'm not home ever.
Okay, this is it. Last time. 5, 4, 3.
Thank you for watching SportsCenter.
Now, please go spend some time with your families.
But coming up next, the Pilot Pen Championship, Roger Federer, Rafa Nadal. I said Rafa, right?
Oh, here we go, guys. All right, well, come on, team. Let's get this one. Here we go, Kenny. What?
Beijing, we're going to have to do a live shot. So, does everyone have their passports?
I'm not going to Beijing without the cowboy. He's the only one who shoots for me. It's in my contract.
That's great, Kenny. How do you expect to cover the Olympics from Beijing if you won't go to Beijing?
That's a classic catch-22.
Valid. Very valid. But I have an answer.
Kenny, we cannot fake Beijing in Chinatown.
Sure we can.
Yeah, we can just put a smog filter on the camera or something.
Ni hao, everyone. This is Chinese State Television's Kenny Mayne reporting on the 2008 Summer Olympiad from the authentic streets of Beijing.
Can I just tell you that I loved you on Dancing with the Stars?
Hey, 2 Americans have joined the fray. How was the trip?
Listen, we're a little lost. Do you think we just walked here from the village? Do you think
There are many villages in the surrounding countryside. That's where most of the farming takes place. And keep in mind, everyone, if either of these 2 lasses ever has a second female baby, it's a $20,000 fine. Use a condom. And so as these elite athletes convene from around the world, I'm reminded of something Booker T. Washington once said.
Oh, there he is, Mr. Sports Center. What are you doing here in Chinatown? Tough gig. Maybe time for you to kiss a little more ass around the office.
All right. No one's watching because it's really late now, but I have completed my goal. Personal goal completed, 10 out of 10. That's right. I explored every city in Oklahoma. All 10 cities, and that's what you needed to do. To do deliveries to or from 10 different Oklahoma cities, and it needs to be at least 100 miles each. And yeah, I did this. Now it's September the 10th. This ends on Sunday, October 1st. So there's still like 3 weeks. I've done this. I'm finished 3 weeks before the event's over. Wow. And I believe this event started on a couple of weeks ago, I think. I don't remember, but yeah, I like to do these as soon as I can. So I think they're going to have the Halloween and Christmas event again this year. And if they do, I'm going to try and do it early this year. Last year I did it kind of late. I did it like a week after Halloween and a week after Christmas. If they have it again this year, I'm going to do it before Halloween and before Christmas. Yeah, do it the right way. Alright, so let's go to my career. And these are all the past 10 deliveries that I have done. Yep. From day 103 to day 107. These are the past 10 deliveries that I've done for the Oklahoma cruising event. Yeah. I did, all of them were kind of short because, you know, I don't want to do long deliveries for all of them, right? But I made decent income here, so I hauled a tractor, wheel loader, paper, car parts, road roller, backhoe loader, propane, ethane, power generator, and live cattle. Or live cattle. Yeah. And as you can see, they're all at least 100 miles or more. Now the time spent, it doesn't tell you. I don't know why, but yep, I got everyone, all of them are excellent except for the last one because I accidentally hit that other trucker. I know I was really close to it. I'm kind of sleepy. That's my excuse. I'm kind of sleepy, but anyway, other than that, I've done well. I've done well. So yeah. Mother Trucker is now over 980,000. Maybe the next time I live stream this, I can do a delivery and then I'll hit $1 million. Yeah, my goal was to hit $1 million again. I hit it once last year, and that was right before I bought my first truck. I wanted to hit $1 million first, then I bought a truck. Now I want to hit $1 million again so I can upgrade my garage, which is $180,000. So I'm going to do that the next time I live stream this game, and also play online for the first time. Yeah, I told one of my Steam friends, he asked me, you want to play together? And I said, not tonight because I want to finish the Oklahoma cruising event. And he was doing it too, so I think he's finished with his too, but yeah, I'll have to do that. I told him we can do it later this month. I don't know when, whenever I feel like it and whenever he feels like it. So we'll have to pick a day where we will both be available. Anyway, before I end this, I'm going to take a look at my managers. Our truck manager How's our truck doing? Because this is the same truck ever since I bought it almost a year ago. Yeah. Kenworth T680. It has over 23,000 miles driven distance. Headquarters is in headquarters, or the garage, is in Los Angeles, but I'm not in LA. I know I can do a quick travel, which basically teleports you. I've never done that. Well, actually, I think I did once because I had no choice, but anyway. So let's see here. Now let's go to our garage. Yep, tiny. If I upgrade my garage, it'll give me 2 more slots, so I can buy 2 more trucks if I want to do that. See, look, $180,000 if I want to upgrade it. And I'm going to do that when I hit $1 million. Again, for the second time. Alright, economy summary. Not too bad, not too bad. Now travel, this is a quick travel. If you want to just teleport to Los Angeles, it'll only cost you over $2,000. That's nothing compared to what I have. And now my driver manager. How's this guy doing? Status roaming. Look at all these skills that I have. I wonder what happens when you have all the skills unlocked. Because, like, I have all the long distance unlocked, the high income value cargoes unlocked, all the fuel economies unlocked, the just-in-time deliveries unlocked. Now I have a few hazardous and fragile cargoes to be unlocked. I wonder what happens when you have all the skills for all of them. We'll see. I mean, that'll eventually happen. Time will tell. Okay. I think I might have to show this again at the beginning of my next episode of this game, because, you know, I'm pretty sure a lot of people, they don't watch these streams as an archive, like on demand. They would only watch them live if they can, which I understand, because a lot of my live streams are about 4 hours. This is over 4 hours now. My phone's charging because it was at 2%, but luckily, since no one's watching, no one's commenting on the chat, so I guess that's good. Alright. What else? What else is there we can check? Yeah, I was playing the radio. I was playing like the football theme since football season is back. But yeah, good news. The Michael K show, I was playing that, and the ENN with Peter Rosenberg, which is technically part of the Michael K show, but it's like his own show. Play that for like a total of an hour, and my stream did not get interrupted again. So yeah, that's a show that you can listen to because no copyright whatsoever, according to YouTube. So that's awesome. I'm probably gonna listen to that show more often when I play this game if I want to listen to the radio. I made a big playlist, a private playlist of like the best moments of that show, and I'm thinking to play a lot of the old clips from the past from the Michael K show. I don't know when I'll do that, but I'm thinking of doing that later this year. Okay, now since my personal goal's completed, let's go to the World of Trucks website. I gotta put my email. Is any of my friends online? I don't think so. But yeah, I got 3 friends that plays this game. Let's check our prize. Yes. Oh, wait, we got 3 prizes? Here we go. Our first one is a honeybee plush. Oh my gosh. Congratulations, your delivery to or from Oklahoma City has made you eligible to receive a special reward to celebrate our Oklahoma DLC for American Truck Simulator. Redeem your very own honeybee plush, the official state insect. Oh, is it really? As our thanks for your support, and time will fly away with this cute companion along your side. This reward is a tradable and remarkable Steam inventory item. Please note, you need to own the game on a selected Steam account to redeem this item. Alright, well, let's do it. I gotta sign in. Well, I gotta sign into my Steam account even though I'm already signed in? Because this is the browser. Wait. No, this is me. It's not affiliated with my Steam? Oh, okay, good. Success! The item has been redeemed. You can find it in your Steam inventory. Awesome. That's cute. Alright, what's our next reward? Congratulations on a great job cruising Oklahoma. By completing jobs throughout the Sooner State, you have achieved your personal goal and earned this exclusive reward. Carry the power of the American Bison hard by redeeming your Wild Stampede truck paint job and let it shine in blue, red, brown, green, or choose your own custom color arrangement. Oh, that's awesome. You know what? I might use that next time. We have a lot of great paint jobs. This reward is tradable and remarkable Steam inventory item for American Truck Simulator. Please note, you need to own the game. Okay. Redeem. Sign in, even though I'm already signed in. Success. And our last reward. The community reward. Great cruising with you all. A job well done. You showed that you truly cruised Oklahoma by trucking through its dynamic scenery of high plains, prairies, savannas, and wetlands, while supporting the Oklahoma economy. Together, your combined work has conquered all, or labor omnia vincit, as the motto of Oklahoma says. For this fantastic job, we want to reward you with a beautiful black shallow tail made from gold, representing Oklahoma's very own state butterfly. Wow. Let it shine in your cabin while you carry on in this dynamic journey. Alright. Yes. Alright, I got my rewards. Awesome. So yeah, I've officially done... How many events did I do? I did like 4 events. I did the Halloween event, Christmas Reflections event, Cruising Texas event, and they were both happening at the same time. Or they both ended at the same time, so I had to do a lot. That's why I did a lot of streams of this game in November and December, and a little bit of January. And then I finished the Christmas event couple of days after New Year's, and here we are 8 months later for a Cruising Oklahoma event. All right. So I think the next state is what, Kansas. Whenever Kansas comes out, I assume we're gonna have a Kansas Cruising Kansas event. Yeah. See, I started playing this game in 2019, 4 years ago, but I didn't have a World of Trucks account. And, you know, there was a Christmas event in 2021, and this is, you know, back when I started doing episodes. I was new to doing that, and I wanted to do the Christmas event, and I didn't know how that worked. But now I know, a year later. So, alright. By the way, Steam has changed this part. They kind of changed a little bit. I kind of prefer the old one. I kind of miss the old one. Oh well. It is what it is. Now, I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah, it only took 2 streams to do this. Oh wait, one more thing. I want to look at the map. So the whole map I explored 33.27%. Now each state, it tells you how much you explored. So let's look at Oklahoma. Where is it? 35.32. Okay. Even though I've been to 10 cities, but obviously I did not explore every road, you know. So this is Kansas, and then this is Nebraska. And I assume after Nebraska, it's going to be South Dakota, then North Dakota. And then I think it'll be Minnesota, Missouri, or no, that's Iowa, then Missouri, then Arkansas, then Louisiana. Since I live in Louisiana, I cannot wait until that comes out, but that's probably going to be another 5 years from now. I predict the state of Louisiana will come out maybe 5 years from now, because usually every year they release like 2 states. I don't know when Kansas comes out, maybe early next year, and then Nebraska, same thing, 2024. And I think both North and South Dakota will be in, 2025? 2026 will be Minnesota. And then I think 2027 will be... 2026 will also be Iowa. Then 2027 will be Missouri and Arkansas. Then 2028 Louisiana. And maybe Mississippi. So, yeah. I predict the state of Louisiana, since that's the state that I live in, I predict they'll have this state in 5 years, 2028. But obviously I hope it's before that, but that's my prediction. But man, there was so much to explore now. Ever since Texas came out, that was a huge hit. I was so happy when that state came out. I mean, just look at the state. Look at the size of the state. There's so many big cities. It's amazing. Alright, so yeah, the next time I live stream this game, I'm going to try and get $1 million and also play online with my friends. I don't know when that'll be, whenever I want to, I guess. And, yeah, it is now 1:44 a.m. I have to pee, I'm hungry, and I'm going to watch some college football highlights, yep. Yep, I know. Sorry for no face cam, but like I said, didn't talk much because I wanted to listen to my favorite podcasts. So yeah. Anyway, I know no one's watching this. I don't even know if anyone's gonna watch this part as an archive. Maybe. Who knows? All right, guys. That's it. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon. Good night. Boomer Sooner, baby. How about those Sooners? I think Oklahoma football's going to be better than last year. That's great, especially for Jim Ross, the greatest wrestling announcer ever.